close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you. Go, get out of my mind. I refuse to be your soldier. Waste my time. Don't say I never told you.
World updates to Taego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Taego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new survivor pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new survivor pass, and hot drop back into Taego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the PAS group stage. My name is Matcham, joined by Porosaurus and Godspeed. Opposing sides here, I think I pointed them out right. We're going to go ahead and walk you through all of the action, all the fun that's going to be going on today, because we've got roster swaps, we've got PGC points to talk about, we've got group stages, because we've got a whole group of teams that are not even playing. Let's just go ahead and jump right into the thick of it, so that way we can get all the housekeeping out of the way, let you guys know how we got here, what's going on, how to look forward at everything from the stage starting right now through the next couple of weeks, because we have several weeks of America's action and I am beyond excited. So let's try to get everything kicked off whenever we're going to be looking over at how all the event information is going to be flowing through here in just 1 second. So directly before we get into that, it should be noted, if you're an Americas fan, make sure you let everybody know this is the first day. Try to feed as much of this information over to everybody as you can, so we can get as many people in here, because this is the last Americas, pure Americas event that we've got. So please try to go ahead and get that set up as quick as possible. Get some friends in there, let them know, because, you know, we had a lot of action, a lot of fun stuff that was going on over in Europe earlier today, but I am beyond excited to get into the action today. So, Godspeed, man, you ready to go?
Ready to go. Are you ready to go? Look at this format, Matt. Why don't you
Take
just
a breath,
tell me
man.
about this? Yeah, take a breath, man. Let's look at the format. You know, group stages. Obviously, the top 8 will advance to the grand finals. And of course, we have the last chance qualifier, which usually is the most exciting part of the tournament.
True.
I'm not gonna lie. I love the last chance. It gives these teams kind of that last breath to really make it to the grand finals. And as you said, I mean, this is the implications of this event are huge, because not only is this the last Americas event, Matt, but this is for the next 2 majors. This is for PGS 5 and 6. So if you don't qualify, you are essentially done for the year.
And so a lot of work going to be put into this. Our players are going to have to put up a ton of work. Specifically looking at the group stages, we've got a full weekend of action lined up. But a big part of that is also going to be the prize pools, as we're going to be looking at everything going forward and how everything is going to be established. Money is an important factor for a lot of these teams. You know, you got to make sure you keep your lifeblood flowing, get everything as set up as you can, Boro.
Yeah, I mean, money's great. It's one of my favorite things, actually, to be honest. But before we talk about it, let's look at the point system. By now, you guys should know this, right? First place gets 10, and then it declines all the way back. After 8th place, you get 0 points. You also get a point for every kill. And to be honest, Matt, talking about these kills, you gotta look at the guys that are really good at stealing kills too. You gotta secure those points and make sure that nobody else takes them right out of your pocket, because it's gonna come down to that. Godspeed, Matt. It's gonna come down to just a matter of 1 or 2 points here or there when it comes to those cut lines.
Yeah, and you can see overall PGC points going to be so big at this, as we're looking over at the 400 for those. Let's not forget $12,000 coming in first place off of this one, $7,500 back behind that one. Even if you manage to walk away just making it in the top 16, you'll at least get $600 for your work coming in this one. So it's going to be really big, a lot of lifeblood for our teams, as they're going to be going for survival and trying to make sure that they make that last push into the last part of the year, because there is so much at stake. I mean, it's been a culmination of a lot of work for so many of these teams, but it's also been a lot of downtimes that they've been having to try to navigate. So as we've been trying to move forward as how Americas is going to work together, it has been extremely interesting to see how these teams have kind of adapted and keep their eyes on that in-game prize at the overall PGC points distribution and how everything's going to be moving forward coming out of this.
Yeah, and then I think something else. Oh, no, please. By all means, Poro.
You got this, brother. I was just going to talk
Okay.
about the fact that we've got a lot of teams, a lot of familiar faces, but a lot of familiar faces on different rosters playing with different guys. So kind of touching on what Matcham was talking about was, again, last chance saloon here for some of these guys to make those two big regional or big international events. And obviously the PGC points, the biggest piece of the pie out of that. That's the one everybody's interested in, right? 400 points for first is huge.
Yeah. And something to even note about that. I mean, currently sitting as far as the results are, Team Falcons are in first place with 455, right? TSM second, 340, Sonics with 335. If you win and you're not necessarily one of those teams in the top 5, I mean, that catapults your chances into actually making it to PGC. So 400 points for first place is a huge boon for any of these teams if they can snag it who aren't currently sitting, in the top 2.
I mean, look at Falcons, 455 right now. 400 points, massive for them. Anybody that's going to be able to pick it up. TSM going to be nipping on their heels right now at 340, then very close. Sonic's going to be back behind them. Luna Galaxy, who's been having a hell of a year so far, as well as Legacy, just going to be coming up right back behind them. So these are a lot of the known commodities that we're going to be looking into. But I know as we're now looking at the group stage, we're going to be dealing with groups A and B, and there is so much to dive in here. Godspeed, you were kind of talking about like some of the roster changes, some of the swamp ins coming in. Like, give us a better breakdown on this.
Yeah, I mean, just looking, for instance, at a team like Friendly Fire, right? They, Roth is gone. He's now joined the Falcons, and now in his place, they have Michael. They also have Shinboy. Page has still been there, but Pentalo, Penta is now on that team since the departure from TSM. And so that's another chance for these guys to really make their bid towards PGC. And honestly, we've talked about it a bit before the show. I mean, Americas is kind of the great shuffle, right? One player leaves one team, he gets kind of taken into another team. And so it's going to be a lot of familiar faces, but a lot of different makeups of these teams. And that could affect how successful they are. Maybe the play style is better. Maybe they actually mesh better with some of the players they've been playing against for, a couple months to the last year. And so we're about to see that. And then there's a lot of new faces as well, specifically in South America, that I'm actually really excited to see.
Yeah, you mentioned South America. We've got Technosh that's going to be playing today. I know a lot of eyes are going to be kind of drawn over his direction. Paul, what's your stake looking into today?
Yeah, I actually had my eyes on a couple other South American teams as well. So, you talk about teams that did really, really well at Esports World Cup qualifier in the group stage and in the final, came up a little bit short, but I mean, a lot of teams came up short after Sonics just disrespected the lobby the way that they did at that Esports World Cup Americas qualifier. I mean, that was just insane what they put together, and then to follow it up with the win at Esports World Cup. So obviously Sonics have to be up there as your favorites for the event, but I'm telling you, man, don't sleep on Taego. They were looking really good. They were looking really good at that Esports World Cup qualifier. Now they've also picked up Capitan, who is another really good player, obviously, and so I'm really interested to see what they put together here. Pichao, they're running back the same roster that they had at that EWC qual, and they did really well too. So there's a couple of teams in here that I think have a real shot. And then looking at our open qualifier teams for North America anyway, it was a runaway from the top 3, right? You look at and or at least one of the teams that were in that runaway, Wuzhou 2, 128 points in 12 games is ridiculous. And they got second. That's just, it's obscene. So I'm very interested to see if they can kind of build off of that momentum and bring that here into this grand final, or into the group stage lobby at least.
You can see that we're going to be kicking off everything on Miramar, then going to Taego, Rondo, ending out the day on Erangel. This has become kind of the new de facto as we've been working through this one, but I've got the question for you guys. There is a squad we have not talked about. So who's feeling bold? Who wants to take on something a bit risky? As I'm going to ask you a question here in a sec.
I'm down.
Not me.
I'll take all the risks. I don't care who I make mad. Bring it. I'll do it.
Here we go. Oro, Bestia, DraftKings, Sharpshot, Silzen, and Mime. What is your take on what's going to happen with Bestia today? Because I know a lot of eyes are being drawn over to the squad since the pickup of Mime.
I mean, I'm expecting good things, right? I mean, I think that this team is especially good in the group stages, right? Already, even before they picked up Mime, when they had Capitan, they were really good in group stages. So I expect to see more of that here. And if they can get their footing underneath them and they can kind of figure out how to work around Mime and play with Mime, I've heard rumors that Mime is actually IGLing for that squad as well. So that should be really interesting to see. I don't know if it's true. I've heard rumors. People are talking, Matchroom. Lots of people, very smart, intelligent people are talking. Talking about Bestia. So I'm interested to see how that plays out. Obviously, I think Group A and Group B, you got some of the big heavy hitters in this region in that lobby just to start things off here. So today's going to be wild.
So, okay, we talked about kind of a newer commodity. I'm going to switch over to you, Godspeed, for a bit of more of a known commodity. TSM has been on a pretty big come up this year. And
yeah,
I mean, it's always been a
so
strong
hot
squad,
right now.
But internationally, they're starting to really perform. What do you think the expectations for that squad are here? Because it feels like it's been a perpetual like 2nd through 4th for them. I mean, do you think that they've got it in them to come up after Sonics this time?
Of course, I think they always have it. They've always had it in them, but now with the addition of Sparking, who has just been such a huge impact on that team, and he's got a great attitude. He's obviously
MVP,
mechanically
baby.
one of the most skilled players we've ever seen. MVP of EWC. I mean, that kid is a grinder, and I really think bringing in that fresh blood to the team of that core roster of TSM has just been such a good thing for them. And honestly, especially after talking to them, I mean, you know Kurt. If you know Kurt. Super disappointed after EWC, disappointed anytime he gets 2nd, 3rd, 4th. If he's not winning, those guys are hungry. And so again, I think with Sparking, the firepower that they have, the mental that they have, and the preparation that they do, obviously their coach Wooly is involved in that as well. I think TSM could absolutely get 1st place. I think they can punch as high as they want to, both regionally and internationally. So always
we've got a lot to tackle. I know group stages. We got groups A and B that are all getting set and ready to go. A ton of action that we're going to be diving into here in just 1 second. So any last takes before we cut out? Poro, start off with you.
I mean, I'm expecting to see more of the same from Sonics. I'm expecting to see a little bit of a rebound from Falcons, especially considering I don't think they were happy with the way their EWC went.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I mean, especially after talking to the Falcons after EWC.
They weren't happy, man.
No, of course not. And those boys have very high expectations. Roth specifically. I mean, I remember talking to him after, I think after they qualified basically in 1st place, right? They had that insane group stage. And Roth really didn't have a great performance. And he told me, he's like, man, it sucks. They just keep dying in cars. And he hated it. I mean, he was happy for his team, but you know that he wasn't happy with his individual performance. And so coming into here, you know, he's got to step it up. And obviously, we love Roth. His attitude, as we know, is probably one of the best in our scene. He was a super positive guy.
Yeah,
so let's see what he can do. I mean, the time is now.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, you can't put you can't make Roth shoulder all the blame either. I mean, to be honest, Rello kind of was a little bit of a disappointment there at EWC as well. So, you know, but again, that was one tournament, right? Like you can't judge it.
It happens.
I'm glad
in this game. It happens
exactly, and I'm glad to see that Falcons sticking with Roth. They're not trying to make any knee-jerk reactions, not trying to change anybody out. Just stick with Roth. Let's see if we can make this thing work. As we see our first circle cut all the way down to the south, got a lot of water in that sucker. Are we looking at Los Leones to start things off? Godspeed, could be. Wait,
might be, but right now I'm kind of looking at this, not potential hot drop. I think they were going for vehicles here. Looks like. Oh no!
Oh, he didn't get in time.
Gabru gets Gump, and that's Typhoon with the first kill of the event. Oh, little crunch.
Welcome to PAS, Gump. We got I want to say it's about right around 30, 31 all new players that have not been in a
Which
PAS
is awesome,
or in the last 2 years since PAS 1. So I mean, that is a lot of new faces in here. Now some of them are obviously names that we've seen in the past, but seeing so many new faces here in these group stages, very heartening. It makes my old man eyes tear up just a little bit as we see the Outlaws try to pull things back again here after Typhoon did them dirty. But it doesn't look like Typhoon's too terribly interested in this.
No, I mean, they're going to take their point and go, right? They still need to loot. It's obviously the early game phase, looking at the circle as well. They want to make sure that they get a good position. And You're absolutely right. I mean, the one thing that I think we've been talking about, even kind of at the top of the show, is just the injection of new blood into our scene, man. We really,
Love to see it.
I really want to see new players, new guys coming up, similar to the way that, you know, we saw Kickstart and Rello and all the young guns, you know, back in 2019, 2020 really start to come into their own. And we need that, because ultimately that's going to drive the competition, and it's going to make the level of play not only in our region higher, but internationally higher, as we have a lot of players internationally that are new and coming up as well. And yeah, I love to see it. I want to see the game continue to grow. I want to see the scene continue to grow, and I want to see new blood and new stars really kind of come into their own.
Well, got a name here that I'm not familiar with. There was a guy for Typhon, as a player named Glee with a lot of E's, but that might be a different name now, as we saw them running around here. The Outlaws still keeping everybody together. I like this. Not trying to get greedy, not trying to split up. Just being very cautious, expecting this push from Typhon. Karok, the only one over here. I think he's just kind of keeping track of these guys while the rest of the team starts to make their way over. You can see Gabriel starting to get across the street. Gonna hop in the vehicle. Karok will take the first spray with the M4, gets the knock onto Curry. Now Nick is all by himself, but that Vector is very dangerous, very scary stuff. Big stuff from Nick to start things off. Get Outlaws back on their feet.
And Nick with a jumping Vector. I like this play from Typhoon. They know that there's a player down. They know they have the advantage, but doing all that by himself, Karok's kind of leaving things quite up to risk there. Is now looks like Gabriel is going to at least try to get an 8, but the Blue Zone's going to finish him off. So they still have the advantage here. That was a nice flash attempt by Karok's, but as you said, jumping Vector, it's hard to deal with.
You get the jumping Vector,
especially in that
follow
close
it
range.
up with the follow it up with the fat-fingered Blue Zone grenade. Unfortunate there for Nick. It's it's a little bit of yay, a little bit of boo, as we see Gibble still way off in the distance there. So Nick really on his own. Typhon managed to get Karok back on his feet. As you mentioned, Karok maybe getting a little bit too ambitious, starting things off a little bit early instead of waiting for the team. But now it is a full-on collapse onto the remaining players of Outlaws. Nick has been spotted by Gabriel, and they have got him pinned down. Gibble making the run with the Panzer Faust in hand. A terrifying sight, if ever there was one. The grenade will fall true, get half damage on Nick, and he's going to reposition himself as Typhon boys really just slowly progressing through here. They don't want to take that risk of taking a knock and an instant flush. Nicely done by Nick, because that Vector is doing work for him right now.
Yeah, it's doing work indeed. And again, I like this aggression from Typhon. I like trying to set the pace, set the tone for themselves early in this event, wipe a team, get that confidence going, but they have to be careful not to overcommit here. That's now the second knock for Karok. So even if they do wipe this team here, if they get rid of Outlaws, he's going to be in his third knock in the next fight and have to be aware of that. But meanwhile, Nick still holding the line. So strong. Gabriel, though, going to find Gibble. Now it's just down to Nick, and he can't do it with that Vector, but a nice fight, a nice attempt.
Yeah, very cleanly done. Well, maybe not so clean, but effective at the end.
Well, they got 4 alive.
Yeah, they got all 4 up, so they, no harm, no foul. As we have entered the age of the muzzle break, Godspeed, for better or worse, we're there. You see Falcons taking some shots here from Pachow, as Pachow had a pretty wide split here, a high ground. Do some damage, but don't get any knocks, it doesn't seem.
Yeah, the muzzle brake is just, it's so strong, especially on DMRs, right? Like, yeah, comps still technically have higher vert and horizontal, but the screen shake, right? It's such a big factor in using that muzzle brake, especially when you're tapping with like a DMR, even for spraying, like with a barrel. It's just, the muzzle brake is here to stay, and it is very strong.
Indeed, indeed. Well, Sonics have now arrived into Los Leones, onto the south side here. City itself looks like Falcons and Sonics are opting for the city, but everybody else kind of playing around the edges, and a lot of teams opting towards the south, playing near and around Resort. We do have one emergency pickup coming through. Looks like that's going to be, well, the team in gray. I can't see what their tag is right now.
Looks like Orion, I think.
Could be.
But
not sure. We'll get back to it, but
yeah, it's hard to see on this very small map.
Yeah, Legacy, a little bit of a 2-2 split going on right here. Actually, a pretty wide 2-2 split, actually, but should be able to play around it, as both sides of this 2-2 are on high ground. It's Ragers. They were the ones in the E pickup. Okay, we got there. We figured it out, chat.
There we go. Oh, I see. They're the other great team because Orion is also great for us. So I see. As you said though, Sonics here, a nice position here in Leon's as they're centered up, but also in a position where they need to rotate out. Right, that's the most important thing, Mike, is just being able to rotate out if they need to, not getting stuck in the center of the city. We've seen so many times the circle shift away from Leonis proper, and it leaves just so many teams stranded in a spot where they're stuck in between multiple teams in the center of Leonis, and that's one of the worst positions you can be in, especially if teams are on that southern hill. It just causes chaos.
Not great. We'll see how they play out from that. Meanwhile, Ragers did pick up, and they landed right on top of one half of the 2-2 split from Legacy. Looks like the rest of the boys have arrived, though, so they will be there to provide some support. Ragers haven't spotted out anybody yet. Well, it looks like they may have, though. They got grenades in hand. They're looking, and they'll send them, but they're not going to fall true just yet. Gizera, you want to talk about a group stage monster. Gizera and these Legacy guys are absolutely cracked. LFP and Gizera are like a cheat code when it comes to group stages, at least. We need to see if they can translate that into the grand finals, but we know they got it in them.
Yeah, I mean, they made it to PGS, right? And so it was a disappointing performance, but at the very least, they did make it there. And so you've got to imagine redemption is on their mind as RBN is going to find Axer. He's going to go down by the trade. Majestics, wait a second. Flash coming out, buying some time for the rest of his team, but they're still so far away, Poro.
They are, and the flush has already come through. That's going to give Ragers a little bit of a chance to dance around here a little bit. Nice shots from Majestic. Could have gotten the knock there. But unfortunately, only the damage will come through, as it doesn't look like the other boys are wanting to come over here and provide support. They're giving them looks from range, but nobody wanting to cross that street. I'm not sure if that team off to the south is just preventing them from doing so. You can see General Lee and they're hopping in the vehicle. Okay, they're going to make the easier transition here. Is VHL going to get knocked again after getting rezzed? So Legacy have to figure out how they want to deal with this, as the rest of the Ragers have now arrived.
Yeah, Majestic's doing so much work by himself. He's going to find one. Finally, he goes down. LFP will find the knock. So now it's down to just a 2v2. And what was a strong 2-2 split now for Legacy is turned against them, is now it's just down to Gizera and LFP1.
Oh, and he's got to go for that res, because that's VHC's like third or fourth knock at this point. Fortunately, Ragers are going to go for the res on to Majestics as well. So a little bit of reset here between both teams as the new circle has popped, and it's going to include a lot more water yet again, continuing to hug south. Ranger generally going to go down, as Lil Lily going to find the knock again on VHZ. Poor VHZ. He has not been able to take 3 steps without getting knocked again, as Majestics will go down to the Molotov. So now it's all down to Lil Lily.
Yeah, but look at the utility usage here from Little Lily, just making sure that he covers those stairs, whether it was a molly, it was, I think, a blue zone earlier, smoke, flash, so he's just making sure that he's covering that approach, and he's going to get Majestics up yet again, who's also now down to his second, third, fourth knock, I'm not even sure, but the amount of work Majestics has been able to do for Ragers, very impressive so far. Oh, Sarah, though, is going to find that spray. Majestics has to heal now. Nade's coming in as well. What can he do? He's done so much already.
Yeah, peaked wrong window at the wrong time, and unfortunately for Legacy, the grenade didn't find the low man, as they know that they've got a 3v1 right here. They've got to push this, but they don't want to take a risk of losing another player. Looks like VHZ was thinking about doing the blue zone treatment, but LFP gonna get flashed within an inch of his life here. Gonna go for the res here onto Lil Lily while the smoke's blooming. So very gutsy play here from Rage, and it looks like it might pay off, but this grenade. Oh no! LFP, not like this.
And that almost certainly should have been the end of Rage, but the miss nade is buying them even more time, bro. This fight has been going on forever, and as you see, Pachow has actually come down to the north side to try to get involved. They see that there's been multiple casualties on both sides, and they are just, look how close they are now.
Yeah. The Legacy saw him too. They spot him. They know they got to get back inside. Ragers, I think, Lil Lily might have spotted them there as well. So they're going to hold on to this high ground as long as they can. See if they can survive a little bit longer. 2 shots in the sawed off, waiting to see if Legacy makes a mistake. They know they like this position they've got right here, just holding the outside. They've got room to move around, room to maneuver. Legacy still being a little bit caught. Oh, God, again, another spray from Gizera. We'll find little Lily again as now Majestics will have to jump off, and there you go. Legacy finally cleaning up. Pachow, get in there, man. The food's hot. It's ready. It's laid out. Go eat.
Yeah, multiple knocks here. Pachow has actually opted to just kind of sit back. I mean, they really didn't put their foot on the gas, whether they didn't want to lose too much or anything at all. But I mean, the opportunity was there, especially if you look at the way Legacy was moving around that concrete prio. They were definitely open to some of the angles here, but I don't even think Pachow was really looking.
Yeah, it was. I'm wondering if they were
a potential missed opportunity.
Yeah, they might have been looking to take the push, and then Elevate was starting to rotate behind. Oh my God, this circle. Okay, well, game one, I guess. But yeah, no, I was going to say Elevate was rotating potentially to backfill Pachow, and one spotted it out and maybe pumped the brakes on that push until they were sure that they scared Elevate away. So now Pachow can turn their attention fully towards Legacy. Meanwhile, Elevate trying to make their way through, and they've got SUR, the cookies. And they are super dead.
Cookies, indeed. Yep, that's one cookie down. Still 2 cookies left. A little bit of an assorted box there. Sortido. And yeah, finally, it looks like Pachow's taking the fight here to Legacy. It's going to be VHC going down. Just 2 members left now, Gizera and LFP1. And you have to imagine, I mean, do they pull off or they just go for the points here? Because Circle has shifted and neither of these teams are in.
Looks like LFP really wants to pull away. He's trying to provide some support for Gizera while he runs. And it looks like they should be able to, as finally VHZ can rest. He's tired, boss. He's been knocked about 17 times in the past 5 minutes, so he's finally down. But Legacy's still in it. As M1, he's going to spot him as they run. The shots from the mini will land, but it's not going to do enough damage as Pachow got to stop down to get the res on a fake.
Yep, and for Legacy, this is the correct play. It's 2-on-4. You've already been battling. I can only imagine what their vests and helmets are like. We haven't really been able to see those. So utility probably not very high. Just get out. Try to salvage. I mean, even if they can just make it to the edge of circle, maybe get a few more points, maybe snake a couple kills we were talking about earlier, definitely be to their benefit as the Cookie Boys here are finally in a position, not the greatest position, but at least they're in the circle currently.
They are indeed. Sortido has arrived, and now Typhon will turn their attention over towards Orion. We get to see back into these qualifiers. Not a great start for them, though, as Red Rider will go down. Aranzera knocked down to about half HP. Babbler looks like he's just going to run now. Orion will try to salvage out with 2.
Yep, Typhon still in a position here, a decent position that was in the circle for Edge, but now they have to move. Not so decent anymore as Falcons now also in the blue. You see Flood here just kind of taking note of the other 2 Orion players as they're rotating past. Hazel. Nope, easy spray for Flood. He'll get that one all day.
Yeah, unfortunate for Orion as they just happen to catch a man in his hay bales, Mr. Flood. And it looks like Elevate now in some trouble as well. They're going to pull into the western side of a Bestia 2-2 split. Draft King and Mime over on the east. Sharp Shot's going to go down, but he's going to get 2, or at least get 1. IQ will go down to the Molotov in the process. Silzen going to get another knock as well. Justice is down. It looks like Company Man, the last player alive for Elevate. He's got that M249 in hand, but Mime's got the P90, and that is a terrifying prospect for Company Man.
But is Mime expecting this? Company Man using the smoke as cover? He's actually gone all the way around Mime. This could be an opportunity here if he can. Not even a chance. What am I talking about? It's Mime with a P90 and Tiggleton now in the meanwhile goes down. Sonic's fighting on the north edge and they're actually getting cleaned up here by the Falcons.
They are indeed. It was a rough escape from Los Leones. And now it's just down to H20 Kickstart. Kickstart able to get the heal off, but again, still outside of the new zone. The new zone has shifted back up north, so it will no longer meme anymore. Obviously, Friendly Fire looking fantastic. Bestia looking good as well towards the center of that circle. We'll see where Working in Silence decides to go. The Technosh gang rotating on the south side here is Falcons, trying to see if they can finish off what's left of Sonics.
Friendly Fire, though, is kind of in a position to receive that rotation, but it looks like Worked in Silence is actually going to make it past. Meanwhile, Sonic's just down to Kickstart in the blue. He'll at least get another point. Typhoon will finally go down. And Kick, maybe with an opportunity to heal. Nope. Just kidding.
There we go. Well, They go down early, but they get paid for it. They are currently sitting with 4 points overall. Not the best, but you take what you can get when you have situations like that. Here, as we see the new look Friendly Fire as Working in Silence absolutely pinned to the coastline right here. That is terrifying.
I will say that is definitely terrifying, especially in the hands of Michael. But the good thing here for Working in Silence is at least they made that rotation work, right? Because Friendly Fire was split on that ridge for quite a while. They saw that rotation come in. I think they lit the car up, but the fact that they made it on that ridge gives them a little bit of time to work, especially with, again, how wide that split from Friendly Fire actually is. Meanwhile, Falcons now coming into the northwestern edge, it looks like. Still not in the circle here. And it's actually Boyo Ultimo Tiro that's kind of holding him up.
I'm so glad you said that because my redneck butt, there's no way I'm going to be able to pronounce that correctly.
Terrified to say that wrong.
I really am, especially given what I heard earlier. But I'm going to call him Mutt. But right now they're looking pretty good.
Yeah.
They managed to sneak a kill, or take a kill off of Falcons as they try to make the rotation, but they now will put themselves in a better spot here. But they're still keeping eyes on Falcons from behind. But Friendly Fire has an angle on this as well, so they can't afford to really stick around here for too long.
The good thing here for Friendly Fire, but also Falcons, is now that Mutt is sandwiched, they can start to put the pressure on. I mean, Falcons have rolled into the circle on the edge where they weren't even in circle to now a small foothold where they can actually make something happen. So Friendly Fire kind of helping gatekeep Mutt here and put them on the back foot so that Falcons can backfill.
Friendly Fire has so much real estate, so much area of influence.
That's a wild split this late.
It's insane that they're getting away with this, but looks like Legacy maybe getting a little bit close with Gizera off onto the east, and then obviously still have Working in Silence. We're very much pinned down, but it looks like Page is gonna stay and keep an eye on this fight and see if he can maybe steal something away. But right now it's just Falcons versus MUT, and immediately they'll start off with a trade.
We'll start off with the trade, but remember, Falcons was already down one, so now they're just down to 2 members. It's just going to be Roth and Snakers here stuck between Mutt. And you can see Page wants to find a knock here. He wants to get a little more active, but again, the split now, it looks like Working in Silence actually getting ready to crash the south side of that. And you know Friendly Fire is hyper aware of that situation because that's a full 4-man team.
Oh, Trisk.
Oh, nice spray from Trisk.
He spots him. There you go.
Clean.
Nice pickup from Miu Ultimo Tiro, as they have now got 5 kills, sitting with 4 up as well. Kind of sitting a little low on util. We'll see if they can pick something up off of Falcons. They have only got, well, currently they only have really Page to worry about, but they do have Certito. Page is actually finding stuff here now, yeah, so unfortunately for them, but they do spot out Page, so they'll have to... They should be able to get this res. It looks like Certito's still off to the north. They haven't decided really what they want to do. I think they know that MUT is over here, and they're starting to creep over in this direction. And yeah, but they're in the middle of a wide open field. They don't want to take shots just yet. It's a tough situation. Meanwhile, Pachao, they're going to take it to our boys from Wuju 2. A compound fight. Sneak attack will go down to the Molotov.
This molly thrown by Beal there is... As you said, Wujitu is a team that just popped off, but right now they're going to have to defend against Pachao. And Pachao has been playing this very slow. You know, even when we saw that third-party situation between Legacy, I mean, they're very methodical right now. They're not giving really anything away, and it's actually putting a lot of pressure here on Wujitu, even though they are able to get up sneak attack.
Look at this, though. Legacy were creeping down to the south, but they see Working in Silence take the compound, so now they have come to backfill this fight, and if Pachao's not careful, they are going to get absolutely surprised by this Legacy duo. Cowboy has an angle onto this roof, hasn't taken the shots just yet, doesn't want to give it away. We see the fight between Certito, and Certito and Male Ultimo Trio. Tiro. I'm sorry, guys. I'm Texan. All right, like I can barely speak English.
It's so good.
But okay, so Legacy Pachao does spot out Legacy, so Gizera's going to eat the blue. Good work by Pachao, making sure that they keep heads on swivels, eyes all around to make sure that they don't get backstabbed. But now they can turn their attention fully here towards Wuju 2.
Yeah, and I really quickly want to mention what you said earlier. Working in Silence did an amazing job scouting out this rotation, getting down to the south side, realizing that Penta had shifted over to the west side to help kind of support anchor that team of Friendly Fire. Working in Silence doing a great job with their macro right now. The rotations are on point. Really like what I'm seeing from them, and it looks like Mutt is going to go down. Sortito actually going to be the ones to help finish that off with Friendly Fire.
And now Working in Silence, they have a little bit of room to work with. They've got a compound. They can take shots at this from long range as the smokes are being laid down. This fight has to come to a head. You can see Bestia also looking over in this direction. Everybody waiting to take care of whatever or whoever comes out of this alive.
And Working in Silence also has a ridge to work with now, too. It's not just that compound. They're actually in a fantastic position to make something happen here if they want to push out. But you can see the flat face of that ridge, though, kind of facing this compound. They have to be careful with that approach. But if we see a significant amount of knocks come out from Pichao and Wuruju, then the possibility is there for them if they want to take it. Friendly Fire really isn't in a position to third-party that at all, so it's really going to come down to which team is also going to strike first. I mean, the pressure is coming. The blue is coming. One of these teams got to move.
Yeah, they're out of time. They're out of time. A good trade, though, between Monster and Santa. But Santa going to go down as well. Sneak Attack will go down to Fakesin. And now it's Cowboy versus And1 over in the smoke on the other side. Fakesin needs to come and try to... He has to go for the res on a BL. He's going to hope that maybe... And 1 FPS can win this 1v1. Oh, no!
Oh,
He ran out of ammo! Oh, we had to go for the real... Where's your bullets? Where are they going? There it is. Okay, they finally get him down, but Uju 2, they've lost 2. They're going to try to send it, get the points, secure the points at least, if nothing else. And can they get over here in time to maybe take these other guys by surprise? Yes, they will. Cowboy, big shots on a fake scene, gets that knock, but now the third party's coming in as well. And there you go, Pichao going to get eliminated with the help of Michael from Friendly Fire from range.
Here's your reward. It's Bestia and Working in Silence just staring you down, and that had to be the strongest banana box I think I've ever seen. You asked where were the bullets going. Straight absorbed by that, but yeah. I know, it was hidden, but now looking over at Toyo, oh, look at this angle from Capitan. Nade to start things off. They will back off just a little bit. And remember, Penta's not with them. This is a 3-on-4. Penta's still holding that anchor position in the compound down to the south.
Yeah, and they know it too, as you can see they're immediately pulling away from this. They don't want to take the fight. They were. I mean, this is what Friendly Fire does, though. They're really good, being very smart.
Oh, Penta got knocked.
Yourself. Oh, that's not good. Working in Silence. They get the knock on a Penta, but it doesn't look like they're trying to send anything over there. So Paige is going to immediately push back down, but that's now left Michael and Shimboy on their own to hold off this push from Toyo.
Yeah, and honestly, they should probably pull back. I mean, this isn't in anymore. The compound is much closer to circle, and it gives them a better foothold to go in later. So it's all falling apart, and this is the risk of running such a wide split. Both members now who are up to the north, Shimbo and Michael, will fall.
Oh boy, everything just went wrong at the exact same time there for Friendly Fire, but they are still in it. Paige and Penta, they've got a compound, they've got hard cover. It is outside of zone, but they've got places that they can work from here. But Working in Silence, I mean, they're aptly named, man. They were working in silence for the first 20 minutes of this game, and they managed to make it to the end game, get a compound, and now they are coming alive here. But that is a tough peak battle there. You know that the ALM is still in play. Got to be careful if you're Fauna. Take a few shots over there.
I actually think Michael had the ALM right, and he went down. So I'm not sure the ALM is.
No, it is. It's in the hands of Toyo now.
Oh, I see. They stole it. You're right. But
right.
Going back, yeah, I'm supremely impressed by Working in Silence so far this game. The rotation coming into the south side, not getting too aggressive on Friendly Fire, even though they knew that they were the team holding them out from the ridge. Coming into this compound, starting to work the ridge once the east side of the circle was out. I really like what we're seeing from Technosh and the boys.
All right, Toyo has to make a move, and the move is to push into the compound of Friendly Fire, going so far as to
a little
go out in the
too
blue.
far.
Boys, that hurts a lot. I don't know if you want to go out there. Penta will find one. Capitan gets the heal off just in time, but that is really ticking right now. So Toyo may be getting a little bit too aggressive here as Capitan.
No, he's not going to get it.
Down as well.
And that car slid entirely too far for those two boys, and they go down immediately. Now it's just down to Emmy, and he's got a full team of Bessie here to deal with, and they know where those nades are coming from. And like you said, this is taking down. Emmy this is what, 2 more first aids? Oh, goodness.
And maybe a little bit of
I don't think he makes it.
Miscalculation.
Yeah.
A little miscalculation on the part of Taego here. Should be able to at least deny the point, if nothing else. I don't know if he can get back into the zone. It doesn't look like he's even trying.
No, he's not. He's not going to. He's done.
Yeah, survive as long as you can. Well, at least you earned yourself a 4th place spot. So Taego, not a bad first game. They probably wish they could have done a little bit more with it, but fortunately that's the way it be. Working in silence, they're starting to spread out a little bit, trying to see if they can get those angles onto friendly fire, but Bestia being proactive on the move, wrapping around on this north side, trying to take advantage of working in silence before they catch up.
Yep, working in silence, taking a lot of control on this one. And yeah, Taego, I think, just had the wrong tires on. They had the drift tires on. Man, those things went way too far. As now working in silence are starting to kind of close up their position towards Bestia. But I love the way Bestia is also playing this, keeping the high ground, not overextending, and realistically not just giving anything away to working in silence or the last duo. The last 2 members, I should say, of Friendly Fire, and I am such a Silzen stan. It's not even funny. Anytime I see him doing well, I'm excited.
Everybody loves Papa Silzen, and everybody's checking their watches to see if it's mime time just yet. A lot of open areas still left in this zone, though, so Bestia can't really move around as much. They've got some good area to work with, but they can't really do anything about working in silence either. So unfortunately for Friendly Fire, both of these teams that are 4 strong, they've got nothing better to do right now than to stare right down at them. So you would like it if these two would start fighting each other and maybe give you a little opportunity to get inside the zone, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen this time.
Oh, I'm sure they would absolutely love if these 2 teams would fight, but as you said, there's no reason for either of them to just focus on this team. And you know what? Even if Friendly Fire had 4 up and they still got stuck in this position, I mean, it would still be very rough. And so the last 2 members just, yeah, Paige is going to go down to the blue. Penta is probably not long for this world. I'm not sure he's quite in on this edge. No, and he's going to have to go right underneath this irrigation system. He does find a little bit of a reprieve. And he's gone. There it is.
Yeah, Paige.
Well, here we go, 4v4.
Yeah, Paige giving his kill over to the blue, but Penta going down to the grenade. So that's another kill picked up for Bestia. Make 5 in total. And working in silence, coming in through this open qualifier, sitting in with 3 kills so far. They are in a nice position here to maybe get a big win to start off their group stage. They've got a 2-2 split. It looks like they're leaving 2 up on this high ground. They're sending 2 down towards the fields.
I like this.
Looks like Bestia is matching here as well, though. So it's going to be really a question of who spots out who first. How much utility do these guys have to work with? You see the smokes are getting laid down. But you know Mime. That is a bulldog. He is wanting to push this so hard, especially with that P90 in hand.
Yeah, smokes mean nothing to Mime. He's willing to push through absolutely anything. As you said, the bulldog of the team now, any team he's been on, and especially with that P90. But as you see, Bestia still holding the high ground here, and even with smokes coming out, they don't want to give this position up. I love what Teknosh was doing, but as you said, Silzen meeting and making sure that that angle is covered, because that is a very good angle for a team to take, and Silzen hyper aware of that current situation. But look at this now, smokes starting to fill up the center of the circle, blue zones as well, Poro. It's going to come down to a straight up fight.
It is indeed. All the utility is being laid out there. Teknosh was keeping an eye on the low side, making sure that no wraps came in. Blue zone grenades are going to come in as well, but they're going to fall a little bit short. Teknosh, got to keep your eyes open. Mime is going to get spot out by Souls, and that'll be the first knock here. And Zito's going to go down to the blue.
No!
That is not what you wanted to hear. Souls continuing to just spam utility into the smoke cloud. He's going to find another one. Souls coming alive. DraftKing, though, we will trade the kill. Fauna now trying to spot out DraftKing. He's got him at the hay bales. Silzen's still up. It's a 2v2 for the win.
And what an opening there for Souls, as he was able to kind of kick this one open, but the trades came through. Teknosh going down now. Silzen will find it. Down to just Fauna.
Oh, and there he is. He's going to be spotted out, and Bestia will secure the win, but they had to sweat for it. Working in silence, giving them everything they could handle there at the end, and what a first game to start things off here at PAS4.
That was a sick ending, man. Solds, what a knock. That was such a massive knock onto Mime, because if Mime had that, he had the smokes to his left. He could have easily moved forward and really started to put the screws in. But Solds, for me, just, and honestly, working in silence, just playing so well this game overall. But gotta give the flowers to Bestia, holding down that position in the North Warehouse, making sure that they were clinical, they didn't give anything up, they even survived a crash early. Just very well played from the Bestia boys.
Oh, for sure. And I know there were a lot of questions out there about the roster move, bringing in Mime. Well, that is answering some of those questions, at least a little bit here in part at the very beginning with that big win to start things off as we get some more replays here. You see Pachow and Wuju 2. Wuju 2, unfortunately, this is not the open qualifier lobby. This is a little bit more difficult this time around. So I think 128 points are going to be a lot harder to come across this time.
Yeah, 128 points indeed. And also to kind of speak on your point on Mime, I think every time Mime has come into a team fresh, I mean, he's always had really great performances. The team is generally popped off. Happened with the Sonics, happened with Falcons. We're seeing it now with Bestia, right? He clearly has a lot to add to a team. As far as how long that stays consistent with his team, you know, kind of remains to be seen. But Mime has always come into a team and I would say elevated their game, at least for the first couple events.
Well, it's a hell of a way to start things off. 18 points to go into day one. Feeling pretty good. Got to give props to Typon as well. 7 kills, no placement points. They go out a little bit early, but I mean, considering how early they were getting involved in fights, you're happy with that. You're happy with 7 points.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw them kind of take it to the Outlaws early. It got a little messy, but they managed to keep 4 alive. They had a tough rotation on the north. Toyo is a heartbreaker for me. I mean, that vehicle just sliding into the blue and causing them issues because they had a split to the north. They could have made something happen with that. But unfortunately, they lost the player to the blue and the other one to Friendly Fire. And yeah, Friendly Fire split, just Penta going down really, unfortunately, is what caused that team a lot of issues. Page had to go back down. The other 2 members up north got knocked. So this was a wild game, and that's what's going to happen in these lobbies, Pro. I mean, with a lot of teams kind of just mashing together with different play styles, unfamiliarity, it becomes kind of this wild amalgamation, and it's so fun to watch.
Well, that's a good thing we're starting off on Miramar as well, because I feel like this is one of the favorite map for a lot of these guys. And I mean, it wasn't great circles, to be sure. A little bit wheels off with the hard shifts to the south, but they ended up rallying. What do you think about that one, Mr. Matrim?
Dude, okay, Bestia coming out swinging off the get-go. Love to see that one. I mean, this is a squad that we know has a ton of fragging capabilities, so to see them come in, step in, I love the way that they played that hillside, but there were a couple of standouts for me, and you guys mentioned it with working in silence. I thought that the way that they played that for being a squad that's got a lot of, I guess, newer faces by comparison. I mean, if you look at Bestia, Bestia is some of the best that we've seen in different rosters now finally all coming together. Super, super strong. So seeing working in silence, playing that cleanly, learning how to play around the smokes, and having some big, almost turnarounds in that, almost took the game away. Massive for them. Also a standout for me, Wuju 2. Wuju 2, I thought, played very, very clean inside that game and had a lot of very cool mechanics and how they managed to work around it. So we'll have to keep an eye on a couple of these new blood pieces as they're going to be moving forward. Yes, guys, we do also have a break that we've got to get set up, start getting everything moving into the next game here in just a few minutes. So as you can see, we're going to go ahead and get everything prepped and ready to go. We'll go to a break and we will be back for game number 2, still on Miramar, in just 1 moment.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Number 4, Matchroom joined by Godspeed and Porosaurus. So you can see we've got tons of good action that we're going to be taking you through. Game 1 went over to Bestia on a very coastal circle. I mean, that circle was so hard shifted several times. Teams that had to rotate early really got caught in a lot of edge fighting. I would say even in the mid games, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, excuse me. The circle was rough. We obviously had so much water that had, kind of stayed in all the way up until circle 4, and that caused a lot of rotational issues for the team, especially on the edge. We saw Pichao get caught on the edge. Wujitu is also one of those teams that got caught on the edge, but really it was Bessie that got a good position early, and it was working in silence. Man, I really cannot talk enough about how they rotated in, how patient they were, and then how they found the compound once Penta left, and then they took control of the hill. But
well, you'll have
friendly fire.
The next game, I hope,
friendly
because we are set and ready to go
fire
to game 2. No time to break it down. We just gotta go, Godspeed.
We're moving.
We have to go.
Schmoving.
Sorry. We're moving.
You already know. We already know what we. Hopefully, we won't see another circle that far south again, seeing as how the plane is kind of hitting up very close to the north this time. There you go. Get to finally see it. But
bye, Matt.
Bye, Matt. Yeah, we'll holler at you during highlights, my dude. But yeah, no, I mean, look, it's you give credit to working inside. They're one of the few teams that kind of made that rotation on the south coast, right? So now, whether or not, I feel almost like it's a little bit lucky on their part that there was nobody else really playing down there, because everybody was expecting this thing to cut farther north on circle 2, but that circle 2 shift down to the south just screwed everybody, and fortunately for working in silence, they were the beneficiaries.
Yeah, they were the beneficiaries, but again, they recognized that, right? That's the thing we have to talk about. They recognized it, and there was a team holding that south side. It was Friendly Fire kind of sprawled out across that ridge,
weren't they?
Yeah, and the reason I get frustrated with Friendly Fire is just because everything that could have gone wrong went wrong at the worst time for them, right? I mean, initially Penta got knocked, then Paige moved down to try to go, supplement that and get him up, and then the other 2 members went down, and it's just like they were in such a good position, and Friendly Fire even held that split, and as we see the circle here, more water, of course. Friendly Fire held that split and held that position for a long time. I mean, I don't want to necessarily call it greedy, but they had safety in that, and then it all fell apart, and it's unfortunate because I feel like up until that point, I mean, they were playing well.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a series of unfortunate events, right? Like you talk about Penta taking the knocks, the Page had to go back, and they left the 2 up there to make sure that the push never came through, but they didn't hear the grenades falling on them and the smoke. They didn't realize that Toyo was making the push, so they lost actual visual contact. They didn't realize what was going on, and by the time they did, it was too late. And yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but you know what? They're in 3rd place with 9 points. So at the end of the day, you take 9 points off a game. Like, yeah, it could have gone better, but at the, so what? It's 9 points. We still got, how many more to play? 17 more to play, so they're good.
They're good. No, they're good.
They're good.
They're good. Technosh, just getting his loot on. Nice little...
this is a man everybody wants to see, isn't it?
Little cruise de valle. Little looting
Cruising.
And scooting going on. Yep, and Zito as well. The other thing that impressed me with this team is not only just, the fact that they had good decisions, there was a little bit of luck involved, sure, but I mean, their team fight was solid. It almost came down to a 1v1 at the very end. Good. Yeah, Souls was huge in that fight. Huge.
Yeah. Huge. I mean, honestly, what I was more impressed about them was that fight at the end. Yeah, I mean, you're going up against some of the most experienced players in Mime and Sharpshot and Silzen, and you got Technosh on there, and Zito has played recently, but the rest of these guys are pretty new, and they took it right to the jaw with Bestia, and it came down to a straight 2v2, and they almost came out with it. So you got to be proud of yourself there a little bit. As BL trying to come over here to spot out Toyo, but he's gonna be the one that gets spotted instead. Capone. Actually, no, it's Benya. Why do they always got to change their names on me, man? We know Benya. He's been around for a minute.
Yeah, Benya's been he's been around for a while. But Pichao, a team that honestly took their time in the last game as well. They really took their time, especially against Wujitu, and although it came down to the edge fight at the very end, I mean, even when we saw them try to go for that third-party situation, right, against Legacy, they really didn't want to give too much up. And we've seen this from Pachao as well in the past, where oftentimes they don't get aggressive enough, or sometimes they get too aggressive and then they have to kind of curtail it back. And so I think that's why they're kind of playing with a little more patience this time around to make sure that they don't give up too much. And I don't think it worked terribly against them in the last game. I mean, they still managed to get 5 points. Position and circle just kind of worked against them.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring up a great point with, and this is the thing a lot of these teams need to learn, right? It's finding that balance between aggressive and cautious.
Especially in this lobby.
Yeah, exactly. And right now in group stages, you kind of want to see what you can get away with a little bit. I mean, it's still 18 games, right? You still got time to kind of rally just in case things don't go your way. But I think the thing that's more frustrating to fans and to us is when you see a team that you know that they are capable of just running through a lobby, and you just have to sit there and watch them play just so cautiously, like they don't want to take any fights, they don't want to leave a compound to go third party, they don't want to do anything, like and it's just frustrating. And there's a lot of teams in here that I think are worse culprits of that than Bestia right now, or Pachao rather. But it's finding that balance. You got to find that balance. You got to have that trust in your teammates to be able to pull off those aggressive moves and know that they're going to be there to have your back.
Agreed. And I'm not saying either that I don't think Pachao played it wrong when they were taking their time in the Legacy fight. I think the thing that frustrates me more than anything is when there's a good opportunity and a team doesn't take it due to hesitance. Again, we haven't seen that yet in this event, but it's just when you have the opportunity to take points, to take a fight, to take out members of a team and to cripple their position or get a good rotation in, and there's hesitance, that's, I think, overall what frustrates me. And as you said, a lot of the viewers, especially when there's a lot of passiveness. But yeah, last game, I feel like every team played as well as they could, especially given that circle. And we'll just have to see, especially with the mixing of these lobbies. I mean, we still haven't even seen Group C yet. But we'll see how that kind of plays out. But so far, I mean, there's actually been a lot of aggression, especially early game aggression coming through from lobbies A and B.
And we'll have to see if it keeps up as Sonics and Friendly Fire getting a little bit of Sandstorm, a little Darude in the middle of their rotation. Yeah, you already know. Everybody's there for me for chat. Ragers, meanwhile, they're just gonna, either lie prone or squat. That's not very rage filled. It seems like they're just. I feel like they're just kind of sitting in that compound, waiting to see if somebody like they're not hoping, they're wishing. They're wishing that somebody would come in and try to crash their compound right now. They have lost one, so they're playing with 3. But we'll see if anybody tries to make that push. Here's now. Sonics has spotted out Friendly Fire off in front of them. Friendly Fire in a little bit of a pinch between Sonics and Pachao, but still plenty of room to work around. Bestia, meanwhile, it looks like they know about Taego, but Toyo's just not peeking. They're not giving him an opening here.
Oh, and speaking of openings, Friendly Fire has been caught. It looks like Sonics actually managed to knock one of their members down, as we see Technosh taking some shots in the distance. And again, I like Sonics, and this is generally what they do in group stages. They'll take like a good edge. Not as this, I mean, this isn't super edge, but they'll take a good edge, whether it's, north, east, south, west, whatever. And then they'll get a little bit of a foothold in there, and then once they do that, they'll start to put the pressure on because they have good rotations, they set up for the next circles, and that's how they really start to punish the lobbies, especially those teams, Poro, that like to play on the edge.
Yeah, they are masters of zone control here as Friendly Fire. Things are going from bad to worse here a little bit as H-Win will take off one. Oh, Shinboy will land a couple of nice shots into H-Win, but won't get the one that matters. And Mr. Hunter Wynn will escape with his life. Orion, meanwhile, is going to spot out, working in silence, trying to make the push into the truck stop just below their high ground position. But they're not going to be able to do much other than just kind of spook them a little bit with some shots.
Yeah, and we didn't even really get to talk about the zone, despite the disgusting amount of water that's in it. I mean, this is a very mountainous region, right? A lot of different elevations of high ground, quite a few valleys, actually. You see most of these teams actually trying to set up either one of the compounds off to the side or on the high ground itself, because when you're stuck in the valleys or anywhere around these roads, it is really difficult to get out of those positions, especially when you have teams above you.
It sure is. Well, working in silence, so that is a problem for another circle, as they will go ahead and push into truck stop altogether here. Capitan going to rejoin the rest of the boys after spotting out Certito. And Bestia still creeping around just off to the west, so they can't be too aggressive here. As Elevate, the new look Elevate, will spot out the Outlaws from range here.
Company Man, Justice, IQ, and Empt. I mean, some new blood on the team, and again, that's what we love to see.
Absolutely.
Justice, I mean, we've seen around for sure. Justice has been around for a couple events regionally, but I mean, yeah, overall, this is a brand new team, and I mean, Elevate has also been great because they've fielded so many different players, a lot of up and coming players, you know, new players, experienced players, and so you know that's a team that's worked it. Definitely likes to give opportunities to new ones as Company Man.
Come on.
So much damage. Can he get the knock?
Come on, coach. You got it. Oh, it's so close. So close. Well, Company Man, lot of experience, but mostly on the other side of the standing behind the team, as he has been a coach for a good while, and he actually picked up Empt from over in Malaysia as well, so bringing in some new blood and into the region altogether. Here's Falcons just taking long range shots, just being obnoxious, being annoying more than anything, really. They're inside zone, they've got high ground, they're feeling good. They're on the westernmost side here now. They might have to worry about Typhon, as they're coming in kind of late from the blue. And Sonics actually now might have to worry about Legacy, as they're kind of getting backfilled as well. But oh no, Justice, that's not. Oh, he died too. Oh no. Oh. Well,
that is unfortunate. Is the word we'll use as Ragers now. As you said, we're hoping and wishing for that crash, and it's actually going to be. It's going to be the Outlaws actually. Working with 3 generally, the last one up should be able to at least get a res here, Poro.
Oh, Orion's sniffing around though, and unfortunately the Rangers looked like they might have had a DC there, but that's how they got down to 3. But it's working pretty well, and Nick actually find Elevate, and Nick's gonna find them all as Elevate goes out after losing Company Man in the most unfortunate way they could. Nick will clean them up, but unfortunately he is now the last member alive for Outlaws, but at least they're not leaving empty-handed.
Well, they will have some points. Orion with an opportunity here to take a good position. As long as they just get rid of this last couple of members. And as you see, I mean, they're trying to take their time because they're split, right? There's only 2 members, just Babbler and Hazel here. And so they're actually going to get shot off from distance. And it looks like a nice return fire here from Babbler to try to provide a little bit of cover, maybe stave off the threat from afar.
Yeah, Ryan not wanting to commit to that one, unfortunately. So they didn't have everybody there. If they could have gotten the kills, they could have gotten the flushes on some obvious knocks, and it would have been great. But you know, this is where we talk about cautious versus aggressive. Orion playing this one cautious may cost them a couple of points there, may cost them more in the end if they end up getting involved with another fight with Rage. But big ups on Rage for coming out on top of that one. As we check back in with Certito and Legacy, I mentioned that Legacy was backfilling Sonics here a little bit towards Impala, and now it looks like they might be looking at doing an E pickup here in Circle 2. See how that plays out for them.
I mean, where do you go with the E pickup, right? Like, where do you actually go in a situation like this? There's really not many places to land. I mean, maybe the bottom side of Impala.
You definitely don't take it now. You can't take it now.
I feel like it would almost be suicide. You scout, sure. I mean, and we've seen a lot of teams opt for that option, especially if they have, you know, an E pickup, maybe send one in. But yeah, this is a very precarious situation to E pickup into.
Well, this is not going to be the only one, as it looks like another one's coming in, but this one from Wuzhou 2 off in the north, they're outside of zone. It looks like Legacy going to send LFP up to do a little bit of scouting. Actually, they send 2. So Gizera and RBN are going to be down on the low ground, and now VHG and LFP, they're going to go up on top. I think they may have picked out that Sonics only had 2 on that high ground, so keep an eye on that. As Ragers, this is what we were worried about. Orion had an opportunity to take advantage of them while they were down, but they played it a little bit more close to the vest. Let's see if they can still come out on top of this one. Red Rider, gotta love a man that's willing to use a sniper rifle here in 2024.
At this distance. I mean, hey, if you hit that headshot, that's a knock, and kudos to Ragers for at least recovering there. So they will have 3 up. So they are missing 1. And, getting shot in the back though. Who is it? It's gonna be Emmy. It's gonna be Toyo.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
Sortino
reposition
as
off
well.
of that one.
Yeah, now looking over toward Wujitu is they also need to hold out their edge. And you see someone out to the far end. Draft King though is gonna finish the job. Little Lele started.
So Orion down 1. The Ragers keeping 1 inside the compound and sending 2 outside. We'll see what happens there. Bestia trying to make their wrap. Falcons still holding onto the edge. They're going to spot out working in silence, and they have them dead to rights on the side of the hill, but the shots just aren't landing. As Roth taking shots with the SKS. I think he had either Rella or Snakers also providing some support. Babbler blind. Hazel has been revived. Ragers have lost now 2, and it's going to be down to just Lil Lele. And so Orion at the end here, maybe no harm, no foul. Lil Lily, yeah, there you go. Okay, flush onto Majestics. They left Lil Lily on the high ground. They sent 2 low to see if they could find it, but Orion spotted him out. Lil Lily, I think, will survive here long enough with that backpack.
The Jammer Pack, yeah.
Yeah, Jammer Pack keeping him alive, as Red Rider will be able to escape. We'll see if he gets finished off. We found RGX too, so Lil Lily keeping things alive here. But Bestia spotting out, working in silence. You see the kill feed, Lil Lily. And Orion, oh no, they get...
That is it.
Lil Lily did it to him with the help of sneak attack from Wuju too. So again, I mean, Rangers, how many points did they pick up off of what was a really kind of an unfortunate game for them?
They just seem to be really annoying to get rid of, right? I mean, we saw it in the last game as well. Wait a second, actually, Typhoon now taking it to the Falcons. Flood's gonna fall. That's gonna be a full-on flush as well. So Falcons left down to 3, and all these teams actually converging in the northwest side of this. But as I was gonna say, yeah, Rangers are hard to get rid of, man.
I mean, this is 2 games in a row now for Falcons.
Majestics.
It's 2 games in a row, it feels like, for Falcons, where they've been playing kind of on the outside, on the edge, trying to pick fights against people on the edge, and then they end up going down for it. So 2 picked up for Bestia. You see Lil Lele will go down to the blue, so that's going to be it for Ragers, but job well done by him. Sold's down to about 2 HP. Mime and Sharpshot, the only 2 alive. They're going to see if they can maybe keep drafting alive. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, though. Can they get to him in time? No, he's going to get finished off. They can probably get Silzen up, though.
Should be able to get Silzen up here, so a little a nice recovery for the most part here for Bestia, keeping 3 alive, especially with how sideways that fight was going. But they still have Wujitu just to their north, and then, yeah, waiting in silence to their south, so they're pinched. And if any of those fights pops off, that's going to be a big indication for the other to start to get that third party on. And Orion, I mean, back to them for a second, they just stayed way too long. I mean, they knew they had to get in circle, holding out a team of 2 and then 1 at that point, I think, was a mistake.
Yeah, sometimes you wait for the perfect fight, the perfect moment to strike, and you wait a little bit too long. And Sharpshot just got the heal off in time. And he's going to try to heal through it again. The smoke's still going. Teknosh still knocked. Working in silence. Hasn't been able to go for the res. They've got Souls pinned to the tree. Shots from Mime will get him low, but won't get the knock. His Sharpshot is knocked, and he's going to be bleeding out. Teknosh will be flushed out. Get the point in the bag. Mime now. What he can do is go back to Typhon. They're trying to work their way on the west side, and they spot out Mutt out in no man's land. And there you go. Mime will finish off working in silence, but he will be the last player up for Bestia, and Mutt also is eliminated as well. So the northwest side of this zone just being absolutely vicious.
Yeah, and Typhon doing a fantastic job, Poro, of controlling the west side. They initially pushed off the Falcons, and They had to face I think two other teams rotating past them, and now they just straight up hold the west side. So great job, great job from Typhon to hold this, and more importantly, keep 4 alive. As Wujitu now still trying to deal with the Falcons. Some shots going over towards Snakers, but nothing landed. That Murado actually miraculously providing the perfect cover for him.
I don't know, it's working out pretty well, but Wujitu will go send the Uber, go pick up the boys, and they'll try to reposition here a little bit, and that's going to give Falcons a little bit of a reprieve. They do still have Typhon on their south side, but at least they're in the zone, and at least they don't have far to go to get into the next one here. Seifu still looking over in that direction. You can see Monster scouting out the Toyo compound, but Toyo doesn't have to really do anything here. They've been in the perfect spot for a while, as they've all got magnets in their pockets, but looks like Wujitu, they're getting a little bit feisty. They're going to push right into the compound.
Yeah, straight in driving. Oh, Capitan taking a large amount of damage, but what a trade for himself to come back out. No help. That was so impressive.
Gutsy spray from Capitan with no HP to make that push here. He will get the heal off. He'll get back on his feet. Emmy is down as well. He's going to have to heal himself up. But Wujitu, they wanted this compound. They may have bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Shinboy in a perfect spot to take advantage of that, but he's going to go. Oh, he's not going to go down. He's going to get very low, though. Last shot not going to be enough to get him. His sneak attack will get spotted out by Pippa, and it's all of a sudden just down to Monster. As Wujitu will try to survive a little bit longer in the smoke. Falcons, meanwhile, Typhon tried to take it to him, but Falcons punching right back.
Yeah, I absolutely love the gumption on Capitan to go out with 1 HP and get that knock, knowing that he had just been put down to essentially 1 HP. So great stuff from him. Falcons, as you said, though, still fighting back. Snakers and Relo just being a thorn in so many of these team sides around them, causing issues and getting points along the way as well. This is salvaging in the best possible way, but look at this Pippa now. It's gonna be an easy Panzer to clean up Wujitu.
Accept no substitutes and take no chances. Is Gizera? Oh no, that's not Gizera. That's a different Zera. That's Zera. And just like that, Falcons dispatch of Typhon. I mean, they were 4 up. They got a little bit pinched, between Pachau, but I think it was just and 1 FPS for Pachau. That was kind of up there. So, unfortunately there for Typhon, they're going to wish they would have had that one back.
And Friendly Fire as well as a duo, still just getting points wherever they can. It's going to be another knock for Penta here as Gizera's down just kind of VHC and RBN. And this position that they've been in as a duo, holding it for so long is impressive.
I mean, it's insane that they've been able to, but they've got so much room to work around. They've got so much like freedom of movement to put themselves in a good position as a third party on things. And oh, there you go, band 1 will spot out Snakers just above the smoke line. Pachau will send the rest of the boys over there to see if they can clean this one up. But there you go, Shinboy is going to clean up Legacy. And look at that Friendly Fire, 5 kills down to a duo.
And
Sonic's
can't really
coming
ask
alive
more
now.
of your duo. Yeah, Sonic's coming alive in the backside, but Pashao now just looking for the finish here on the Falcons. Snakers most likely will fall. I don't know if Relo goes for this, but again, just playing patient, not giving anything away. You know what? There's a pile of smokes. We're just gonna wait it out. Blue at the back of Relo as well. There's no reason for them to get over aggressive here.
Yeah, and they've got fakes in already inside the zone, so he's already secured their spot. They have all the time in the world to sit there. So it's just how long can Relo waste their time? Here is what we're going for, as the spray will come through, and it's going to be just off to his side. Just trying to see if they can find any shadow in this smoke wall, as the smokes are starting to go down. Relo just being the most annoying. He's just, there we go, and 1. We'll find him as BL just goes in and pushes through, but that'll be Pachau picking up another kill, and they keep 4 up. Meanwhile, Friendly Fire going to move in a little bit more. Toyo trying to leave here, but Certito not going to allow that to happen.
Capitan go for a spray. Didn't quite hit his mark. As Pippa now will find a knock on Navarra, so trade will come out still. 3 members up, and Capitan knocks, so they have the opportunity to res him, and most likely they will. Yeah, it was going to be an easy res. As Toyo now moving into yet another endgame circle with 4 members alive.
This is going to be an interesting one. Toyo has most of the north here. Pachao controlling all of the west, and then Sonic's pretty much all south and places east of that. And then you've got the wild cards of Shinboy and Pentalol working in the valleys in the center of the zone here. So the terrain around here is going to make it so that this is going to be, I gotta feel like this is going to be a very slow end game.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the way Sonics is starting to take control, they really have to be careful of that duo. And even if Shinboy and Penta fall, they've already done so much work to salvage this game, especially because it's been a duo for so long. So Tig has to be aware, and you can see he's just, especially in these trenches, I mean, they know that there has to be at least a solo, if not a duo, potentially even a full team, just kind of playing in and around these ridges. And Pachao on the west side, I mean, they have so much control.
And Pachao really kind of in a position to dictate how the lobby moves around at this point, as they've got what could be considered the most high ground here. Oh, here we go. It's mortar time, baby. It's Morton time. As
get Tig
pull
on
it
that
out. Yeah, Tig.
Tig's
holding the line here. He's holding the valleys to make sure that nobody's there, but it looks like Loli's going to try to make a move, but will be spotted out. So that'll be it for Satito, and another point for Sonics, as we have now gotten to our top 4v4v4 with 2 left for friendly fire. H-Win set up the mortar, but I haven't heard the mortars being sent just yet. They're probably wanting to get confirmation. Yeah. Well, they got the zone now too. Look at that.
They have zone, but I'm not sure they know exactly where the other teams are. I mean, they have an idea. They've heard shots, but they don't know the triangulation.
Yeah, they haven't gotten their protractors and compasses out just yet to figure out.
There we go.
There you go. Exactly where they are.
Friendly fire. The most uncomfortable sandwich of all time.
It ain't great. I mean, honestly, that's probably the safest place for them at this point, because, you know, Pachao and Sonics aren't going to peek on the edges, and if they do, they're just going to shoot at each other. So Shinboy and Penta just going to lie low for the time being, but Toyo has the entire north here. But how good is it? I don't know how great it is as far as angles are concerned here. There you go. You can see Benya has a little bit of a spot there on a Sonic. So Sonic can't really do anything except for stay in the spot they're at. And Toyo has that high ground, so everybody's just kind of gonna be pinned down here. Uh-oh, Toyo spotted out Shinboy and Penta, though. And Penta's gonna be the first one to go down.
Oh, and finally, friendly fire will fall. But again, they've already done enough for their team. But yeah, the onus is on Toyo here. They need to move down to those ridges. They have the high ground, but the position they're currently playing in is not that conducive, especially given that the circle is starting to move in, and it's just going to be Pippa that actually has the foothold into the circle. So they're going to have to move in, and you can see Pachao, it's going to be An1 starting to look that direction, and now Sonic's also aware that Toyo is the team that has to move.
Yeah, they've at least got hard cover that they can peek around here to take shots back. Toyo looking for vehicles, looking for any boxes, looking for any utility up on that north side as the blue zone's coming in, because they know they've got to make moves here, and they're going to hop into 2 vehicles, and let's see where they decide to go. They're going to be cutting it down on that eastern side, so Sonics will take the shots in. They'll get the first knock onto Emmy. Pippa down to 1 HP. The rest of the boys will find a little bit of a ridge line, but that is 1 grenade away from destruction here. His kick. Oh no! Kickstart got absolutely roasted by Benya. Tig going to go down as well. The Capitan, and now Shrimsy and H-Win, they've got the ridge lines on the backside. Look at Pachao. They want to get involved in this as well.
Perfect timing from Pachao, but what a turnaround there coming in off that crash. Toyo actually got 2 sick knocks and turned it around against the Sonics. The mortars are now starting to fly.
H-Win playing with the mortars. Shrimsy's going to go down as well. The Benya Capitan is going to get taken low by Pachao. Has to pull back. He's very, very low. So Pachao now down to 2. Or I'm sorry, Toyo rather, down to 2. Pachao, they have control over everything. This is setting up perfectly for them, as H-Win just going to survive a little bit longer in this smoke cloud. He's going to put up that hard cover. He's outside of zone though, so he will have to move eventually.
What a lovely shift from Pachao as well, to take this much control. realizing the opportunity that they had, especially with the trades and the 2 knocks coming in from those Toyo members, Capitan and Benya. That was disgusting.
Yeah, Pachao was right on time with it. I mean, they did exactly what they needed to do when they needed to do it. And credit to Toyo, boy.
Dude,
there
that
you
was
go.
nuts.
They gave Sonics everything. I mean, that's your EWC champion right there. That's a team that scored 220 plus points in the last qualifier, and they just absolutely bodied them. And there you go, Pachao will get the victory. Really, they should kind of give a high five over to Toyo, because they really set that up for him.
Yeah, they did most of the work. I mean, again, don't get me wrong, Pachao with incredible situational awareness. They rotated around, but Matt, what do you take away from that crash from Toyo?
Dude, I mean, ghost riding, running alongside the vehicle as it's rolling, totally was unexpected. That's such a good play. I don't know if it was intended or just forced and had to run right alongside of it, but completely caught Sonics unaware. We also had, Pippa going after stuff, but Toyo in general was just hyper impressive, starting off with their control from this one specific point. They got crashed, moved out, just took over land control time and time again. And even whenever we had a couple of these duos, like in Friendly Fire and stuff like that, making a big mess, Toyo just felt like they were the tempo maker the whole way through this board.
Yeah, no, I was kind of looking at Toyo to be a little bit of a sleeper pick coming into this event, and so far so good. It's looking pretty good with that pickup of Capitan. Obviously, they did get a lot of circle luck. They had that compound, and they just kind of magneted onto them. But at the end of the day, once the circle pushed away from them, they took that fight to Sonics, and they went even with them. And it really was just Pachao just perfectly situated, perfectly on time, with taking advantage of the Toyo push. So well played by everybody involved there at the end.
Yeah, Pachao picked up a lion's share of their kills right there at the end, but they still did a great job on controlling the West as we moved into this stage. But Toyo, having multiple times now made it into the later stages of this, I'm really curious to see what the overall leaderboard is going to look like. We haven't necessarily seen a lot of excitement coming in from some of our known commodities, but we can see that, up on top of it right now, it's going to be Pachao with Bestia back behind them. Friendly Fire also just with the salvage play coming in, holding down 3rd place at 18 points, but Toyo at 17, 16 for the Sonics.
Yeah, so far, like we talked about, Poro and I, Pachao just slow and methodical. They're not wasting opportunities, but at the same time, they're not rushing into them. And we saw it in that game. We saw it in the last game where they didn't want to overextend against Legacy, and that rotation was just so great, especially off of that Toyo madness that happened against the Sonics. And they were just easily able to close that out, even when they were getting rid of Relo and the Falcons, right? Like, they really just took their time and made sure that they did everything by the book. And so not at all surprising that they were able to clinch that out. And even for Toyo, you said the Capitan pick, obviously so much experience in and of himself. Formerly was on Bestia for a short stint, but Fumba is where we saw a lot of him. And then, we obviously know Pippa comes from Synergy and a lot of other great teams. So yeah, that team's looking good. Looking good, Toyo.
Big shout out also to Friendly Fire for doing the best in a salvage situation, but Lil Lele, man, Lil Lele put in work in a situation that there should have been no work capable of being done, Poro, and walks away with 3 kills in what should have been pretty much a squad wipe.
Yeah, look, you got to make the most of the opportunities that are given to you, and unfortunately, Orion gave him a perfect opportunity. And again, it's just cutting back to that same stuff that we're always talking about, the being overly cautious in a situation where you should know that you have the advantage, right? So they end up going down, they end up getting squished. It just took too long to kind of get to the end there, waiting for the perfect situation to arrive. But Lil Lele, great work by him to take advantage of that.
Pacing is important. You got to make some big plays whenever you only got 12 games in the group stage, and we're already done with 2 of them on Miramar. We're going to go ahead and get our 3rd game set up, and we will be back in just a few minutes to keep on going with PAS number 4. And welcome to the PAS Game Show. I'm Matchroom. I'm going to be your host, walking you through a couple of rounds of some fun trivia, a couple of weird things that we got going on, but all of it should be fun. Joining me for today, I've got TSM's Purdy Curdy, we've got Falcons Snakers, and I have Elevates Justice kicking it off. Purdy, how you doing today, man?
I'm doing good, Matt. Thanks for having me here.
Good, good. Snakers, I can see a smile on the face. Heard you just got in from working out. How you feeling?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to play again next week.
Same, dude. I always love getting back into the action on it. And Justice, kind of the new guy on the block. You ready for this?
For sure.
All right, let's kick this thing off. Make it easy off the get-go. What I'm looking for is going to be one answer. The way that this works is I'm going to give you guys a hint, and every single time I have to give you a new hint, it's going to drop down the total amount of points that you can get for it. Starting off at 5 points, 4 points, 3 points, blah, 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 as we go our way down. It is just one team, so you just have to tell me what this one team is, but once you submit your answer, I do not believe that you can change it, so make sure you are 100% correct. Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this organization's PUBG team was introduced in November 2017. And it should be noted that this has to be a presently existing PUBG team. So there are plenty of them that started in 2017. Not all of them are still around.
Can I ask what
completely
region it
curious.
is?
I think I submitted my answer. I don't know if it went through, but
Oh, taking the gamble early. All right,
I'm taking the gamble.
Moving down to our 4 points now. They finished second in their first competition, which was PUBG Asia Invitational G-Star 2017 Squad. And
I'm
Purdy,
not
I can
shooting
see the
my shot.
face. He's not happy.
I guess.
I think I submitted mine.
All right. So this team finished 17th in EWC 2024. This is a Chinese team with a number in the name. Last but not least, one of the most prominent players on the team that draws a lot of attention is God V.
Yeah.
Yep. So
I
our
shot
answer
too early.
is what?
4 a.m.
4 a.m.
I went with Gen G.
I was thinking Gen G at first, too.
I shot TSM on the first question right away.
Just went with it.
Shoot.
So, finishing our first segment, that means that everybody is still at 0 points, and we are going to get everything set to move into round number 2. See you guys in just a second.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes.
Go to get everything situated. So half the Miramars are now done, because remember, there are only 3 days of the group stage that we're looking at. So whenever you're done with them, pretty much 1 day's worth of Miramar, that's pretty much half of everything that you're going to get. So only 2 Taegos that you're going to be able to work through the entirety of this. So, I mean, Godspeed, how do you think like the chaos of having to deal with some of these newer maps and the way we've been seeing the circles are going to affect whenever we have a much smaller map pool for these 2 maps?
As we all know, or some of those who are tuning in that don't know, Taego is a very open map, right? There's not much cover, especially in certain areas that we've seen circles end, specifically like in the south side, near swamps, in the north even. It's just it leaves a lot to be desired, especially when it comes to areas to the east of like Terminal, where there's not a lot of cover. So for a lot of these teams who don't get in early, I think it's going to be a big issue, especially because we do have a lot of established teams here that do like to set up early and like to go center early. So I think that's something to look out for. A lot of these edge teams will probably run into quite a few issues if they are indeed just kind of going edge to edge.
We are getting into our Taego game in just 1 second, so know that there's going to be a lot of eyes drawn over there as we've been seeing some pretty crazy circles to kick off everything for us.
We sure have, and I got to be honest, I think we're at the point now with Taego where these guys can't use the excuse that it's new anymore, right? Like, they should know this as well as they know, well, I mean, obviously maybe not as well as they know, as Miramar or Erangel, but they should know it well enough, right? The new thing is kind of a moot point at this point, I think. But we'll see how they decide to play it. We'll see how they decide to. I will say right off the bat, that's a lot of teams dropping on that northern island. That's way more than I feel like I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, I don't feel like we usually have that many teams that far north, but I mean, it's a fine place to loot, right? The real issue comes from the bridges, Poro, right? I think that's what you're alluding to. The fact that you have to rotate over those bridges. We've seen many times, whether it was between like EWC, PGS, EMEA, like, you know, Southeast Asia, a lot of teams like to camp those bridges.
They do, and well, that's going to have to be something that they take into consideration, because the circle is going to cut down to the south. Not going to go as far down as Studio, as we have been beat to death, I feel, by Studio circles. There are those hills just to the east of Studio where Wuju 2 is currently looting, but instead we'll circle around Buksun Sa, where Outlaws are
there.
Yeah, you like
Circle
that?
around.
Circle around it as Outlaws currently looting there. But yeah, I think now that you consider the fact that there's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams on the northern island, now that bridge camp starts to get a little bit more interesting. And then you also have Typhon that's over there by the fishing camp that could get involved as well. But right off the bat, Hunter is going to find one from Pichau. So unfortunately, this is what happens. You win a game and then the next thing just goes all to hell.
Also, I just feel that Rage is so difficult to deal with. Between Honor, you have General Lee, but really it was Little Lele and Majestics who are just relentless. I mean, really relentless when it comes to just surviving and causing issues for teams trying to close them out. We saw it even in the very first game. They're just tough. I mean, when they were fighting Legacy, how long was that fight? How many knocks did we see traded back and forth between those two teams?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they if nothing else, the first 2 games at least, Ragers have proven that they are by no means an easy out. And they will give you as much as you're willing to get. As we see Chow, what's remaining of them, kind of moving around here. Fake's going to hop in the vehicle and try to make his way down south. Now they do need to get a move on here, because Working in Silence has started heading this way, and they are looking like they are getting ready to cross a bridge here. Legacy, meanwhile, spot out Outlaws around the Buxton side, but no shots will land. So Legacy, a little bit of a slow start here for these guys, sitting in 13th with only 5 points so far. But like we talked about at the beginning of the day, these are some guys on here that absolutely can turn up when it comes to group stages.
Yep. International experience, obviously a lot of regional experience. I mean, this is one of the teams that we look at to potentially punch their ticket to PGS 5 and 6. And so with the slow start, we know that, you know, sometimes this is a team, as we've seen in the past, that does take some time to adjust. Sometimes they start really hot. Sometimes it takes them a while to get their bearings. But I mean, especially with the position that they currently have in the circle, they should be able to do something with this. I'm more worried about the other teams off to the north side here, is Pichau taking some shots, trying to curb away some threats. A lot of the teams that are north are going to have to rotate in, and as I was alluding to earlier when we're on the desk with Matt, I mean, playing edge, especially in this circle, it's not that great. It's just not that great.
Yeah, while all this is going on, so I'm doing a bridge check. Oh, company man, that's not.
Oh, that's
close the map, okay. Dude. Well, Elevate's gonna make it across. They do have Certito right behind, and they'll take a few shots in passing, but that's our northernmost bridge. So this is about everything that's coming to right there. Taego is making their way across the next bridge down the river. They're free and clear. Now, Pachao had sent two. They left, they had land one behind, so the timing was a little bit off. Took a few shots over towards Falcons, but as a result of that, Working in Silence pulled away. They've gone back up north. Falcons now have sent it back over to this bridge, which was being camped by Typhon, but it doesn't look like it's being camped very well, as Falcons have managed to make their way right through. Carrick going to take a few shots. He's going to spot out Flood, so it ends up working in the long run here, but now Rello is stopped down. Carrick is in no man's land. He's going to send a few grenades over here to see if he can maybe flush out that kill, but it doesn't look like they're going to fall where they need to.
Yeah, and Typhon had been sitting at that bridge for a while, kind of waiting for a team to cross. It was actually Flood that went for a seat swap, maybe put some damage on Carrick and put him off, but he got plucked right out of the sky by Carrick. All of a sudden, Brillo in a lot of trouble. He might have to leave Flood.
Yeah, it looks like he might have to, though. The other boys are on the bridge still, on the north side of the bridge, as they've gotten kind of pinned down by 3115. And so, again, just another rough early start here for Falcons. But they're the only ones, really, that have kind of paid the price for this northern drop spot, really.
Hello, now just stranded. Oro. Just... In fact, even looking at Roth, I mean, just kind of set up on the north side. I mean, Falcons is in a little bit of disarray right here. They're safe for the time being, but they're going to have to cross over. Rilo trying to get a knock here and open up a window for his team to at least start to make it across and make it to him. But, I mean, Typhon has to realize that he's alone, right?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that he had 3115 that was keeping eyes on Snakers and Roth. Roth has now gone back to the palace. So they've separated out a little bit, and Falcons, they keep looking behind them, and it's almost as if they're expecting another team to make a rotation by them. As you see Pippa do a little bit of casual scouting from the glider. Relaxing.
Yeah, it really is. I almost forgot where I was.
I know.
And if you look to your right, you'll see the rest. Yeah, we've seen this a lot though. Ever since gliders were introduced into comp play, I mean, it's very popular to just have one player up there, just literally being a UAV, providing just so much useful information to the team, allowing teams to rotate in, allowing teams to get ready for a potential crash. And you know, the good thing and the caveat to the glider being so fragile is that it doesn't actually explode immediately. Once that thing is shot, so you do have somewhat of a chance to get out once that Mayday call comes.
Speaking of things in the skies, we do have one emergency pickup right now. Ragers are currently flying above Buksun Sa. We'll see where they decide to deplane, or de-helicopter as it were. Friendly fire, meanwhile, they have it's kind of a smaller 2-2 split just to the west of Kangnyeong. And nobody really over there now. Elevate is starting to make their way in from the edge of the zone. They've got all eyes on Taego as they do see the glider come to a halt. Working in Silence also coming this way as well. So friendly fire going to have head-on swivels. And right now it seems like we have still 3 teams that haven't made their way back in yet. The Falcons Typhon situation, entanglement, is still going on, and Pachao is taking a long wrap down to the south over on the western side. So everybody pretty much in a comfortable spot for the most part, with the exception of maybe Falcons and Typhon.
Yeah, I mean, they're still embroiled in this situation, I guess we can call it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, as we said before, Rello is kind of stuck, and Typhon doesn't really want to give it up. It's only first circle, right? So they can sit in the blue and they can kind of take this for quite a while, as can Falcons, but they're the ones that are on the other side of the bridge. They're the ones that have a foothold into the circle with Gabriel. So they can kind of hold this for now, especially with that shift. Falcons is in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, they're in a lot of trouble, really. As it might, I mean, I don't even know what you do for Rello at this point. It might be just try to see if he can get Snakers and Roth out there. Snakers has a vehicle, and it looks like he's going to hop into it. Meanwhile, Outlaws, they're going to have Legacy make a rotation right through the middle of their 2-2 split. And so far, they're getting away with it here. Nick going to take a few shots in passing, but nothing landing. At least no knocks coming through, as now Outlaws are going to hop in and see if they can maybe center up a little bit more.
And Outlaws have not necessarily had the greatest start, only 3 points. I mean, in the very first game of this event in group stages, they took the first casualty, so still need to find something here. I mean, the position now is good enough, but being on the edge, like I alluded to, it's going to be difficult, especially with a lot of these teams coming in. You have Waiting in Silence and Elevate just on their east side, potentially knocking on their door, and that's not the easiest hill to hold, by the way.
No, it is not. See if they can get a little momentum there. In a perfect spot to third party this, though, as Elevate has stopped down and tried to catch Working in Silence as they made their way through, but it looks like they will secure their knock. Working Silence, Technosh, kind of the last man out here. He's been separated from the rest of his team. The other duo is making their way into the east side of Buxton Saw right now. Now Technosh going to run right into the Outlaws, and the Outlaws are ready. The shot's coming through. Oh no, he's got to reload. You hate to see that. Technosh will try to pull away, but he will go down. And now Sonics, they actually find Toyo making the same rotation just underneath them.
Yeah, a lot of rotations coming in, not much to play around the edges of this circle, and so with that, you're seeing it. Rotations forced into precarious situations as Sonics, with a nice split here, holding off or trying to hold off Toyo, but Toyo's gonna actually be able to recover here.
And it looks like Toyo wants this. They're gonna pull up on it and see if they can maybe catch any of the sockets slipping. Yeah, you can see Kickstart keeping eyes over that. Tiggleton gonna hop in the vehicle, gonna dip on out. Kickstart just making sure that nobody's coming behind, as will be the last one there. And Rello, you see him drown, as I'm imagining that was a combination of blue zone gunshots and him just going down to the blue. But Falcons now down to 2, and they're still eating blue off in Palace. So we'll see where they decide to go. Toyo, meanwhile, they've got their ridge. They have heard Sonics pull away. But now we'll see if this is bait from Sonics. Did they pull away just so that Toyo will feel a little bit more comfortable? You can see them still looking over in that direction. See if they can catch anybody peeking.
I think Sonics pulled back because they have that anchor in Huyn, right? Sitting in the compound, holding kind of their back. And yeah, if they only have 3 on that hill, it's much better to have that anchor in the backside. Make sure that they have the top of the hill, and more importantly, they don't get crashed from any other direction, right? Because they are still technically on an open hill. I mean, they're 360 degrees. Aside from that compound, they're very vulnerable to getting shot at. So I think it was a good pullback by Sonics. I think Toyo did a great job of... Oh.
Hey, there we go.
Ah, perfect. I think Toyo did a great job of recovering there, and yeah, but Toyo's going to have to... Never mind.
That's a big dirty southern shift here. Is Wushu 2 now. They've got Friendly Fire making the wrap through them. And Friendly Fire, they're... Oh, Shinboy going to get the seat swap on the Cowboy, so that's going to open things up here a little bit. Monster going to get taken in the back, so Shinboy, the Canadian superstar from Nations Cup with 1 HP, now has 2 kills to his name and adding 2 more to the bag for Friendly Fire. Now, what do you do if you're Wushu 2? Sneak Attack's already inside a zone. They've got one more member that's off to the south that's in the blue. Let's see exactly who that is, but they also have to worry a little bit about Ragers, and it looks like Typhon actually starting to make that wrap down here as well. So the south is about to be a little bit more populated than it currently is right now.
Yeah, and this is the good thing about Friendly Fire, though, is the fact that regardless of what happens to them in the mid to late game, they're always going to find kills, right? They're always going to find ways to at least put themselves with enough points so that they're having a decent average. And that is, that's a really great stat to have, especially when you're a team like Friendly Fire that likes to split a lot and potentially take risks. The fact that you're always getting points every game means that you can actually take those and not have to worry about, just dropping donuts.
And they send Page out to look off to the west, but they're going to run right into Rage. Now, Ragers still outside of zone, but they stopped down just to scout out what the next move was going to be, and it looks like they've already sent Hunter in, and Typhon still just off to the north as well of them, so they're going to hear those shots. We'll see if Typhon decides to get involved, but Bestia now has angles on this as well, so kind of between a rock and a hard place here for Ragers, as they've got to decide what their next move is going to be. Page, big spray on the Majestics, won't get the knock.
I'm not going to get the knock at all. Is the rest of Ragers still on the outside of this, outside of the circle, and oh, there we go. We're back. We are back with an on Sortito. Ferris.
That's not what you want to see. That's not the scary thing to have. I haven't taken the shot just yet, so nobody in this area knows that this is on the field. But he is currently out in the blue, and Orion is as well, and Sonic is kind of overseeing all of this. Meanwhile, Hunter will get taken down by RN Zera as Typhon will have to make that move. Again, we talked about this. This was going to be a kind of Ragers between a rock and a hard place, and ends up down to just Majestics, I believe, who's still currently out in the blue. The circle is going to shift or pop, and it's going to stay down to the south, although it'll be a little bit more towards the east. So Mutt in a great position right now, elevating a good position as well. But I feel like the north is about to get real scary here as Toyo. They made a push over into Bestia, but Mime kept them honest, and they've still managed to keep all four up.
Yeah, but Bestia is going to have to move into that circle eventually, right? You see Silzen starting to take a forward position here, and they're going to have to take that fight at some point. Toyo realizes this as well, which is why they're posturing and just leaving one person behind. Meanwhile, Sonic's stuck on the far north side of this circle on the edge, Poro, and they're going to have to make a move, but Sortito is actually holding them out right now, and they're also, I mean, their play is to drive in between not only Orion, but Toyo, and now mortars are coming in and landing dangerously close to the Sonics.
They're landing close, and it might not be hitting them, but it's getting real close to those vehicles, and boy, they need those right now. Sortito wasn't the only problem, though. Legacy also taking shots over towards Sonics as the mortars continue to fly in from Pachau, but you're not going to find the mark just yet, as we see the Sonics all in vehicles, all on the move once again. They're going to be cutting a little bit more towards the east, but unfortunately for them, that is not looking any more clear, as the north side of Buxton Sa right now, it's Orion, it's Outlaws, it's what's left of Falcons, at least Raw, as Wushu 2 now, still what's left of them are going to take the fight back towards Friendly Fire. It's just down to Sneak Attack and Seifu. He's got a little bit of room to work with. Pencil will try to come through with the seat swap. Shinboy will hop out. No! He will win that 1v1. Seifu is down, and it's down to just Sneak Attack for Wushu 2.
Shimboy with an opportunity here. Can get them up. Sneak Attack, fortunately for Friendly Fire, not close enough to really capitalize off of this. Is I respected from Seifu. He slowed the spray down. He knew he had just a few bullets left, and he went for that knock, but he wasn't able to get it. And so once again, Friendly Fire just being scrappy, surviving, this time with 4 members up, Poro.
A lot of action going on across the map right now. Toyo holding down the north side. They have 1 left for Sortito. They sent 2 via the emergency pickup and 2 via vehicles. Laucha, the last one up for Sortito. Legacy, well, keeping eyes off to the north, but they've got Toyo surrounding them. Sneak Attack boldly and bravely trying to get a few more points here for Ragers, or Wushu 2 rather. Oh no, okay, he's gonna get spotted out by Shimboy, so Friendly Fire picks up their 5th kill, but they've got 2 knocks right now. Bestia in the same boat on the north side, or actually in the dead center of the circle, as they're trying to take center circle away from MUT. Trisk may be the last one, and yes, he is. He will get taken down, and Bestia should be able to get everybody back on their feet.
Bestia holding center circle, which means they're absolutely going to be able to recover. Meanwhile, Toil still have to hold this against Legacy, who's now starting to knock on their doorstep much more loudly than they were before as well. And so with this, you also have a member of Pachau, Santastico, trying to backstab this, and don't forget about the last member of Rage.
Yeah, Rager still has Majestics looking over in that direction. Pachao, as you said, Santastico making his way out of the blue. But right now, the biggest problem for Legacy is Taego. They have the full wrap going on. They've got Benya on the blue all the way off to the east. They have so many angles onto this. As long as Legacy has those smokes up, they're going to stay alive right now, though. But they've got to find a way to open things up. They will find Santa, so he won't get backstabbed like that. But Capitan will find VHZ. Gizera going to go down as well. And it's down to just 2 as Taego will find what's left of Legacy.
Just a clinical dispatch there of Legacy. Again, Taego just so impressive, not only with their zone control, but also their team fights.
Very, very clean stuff there. And really all they had to do was they had to wait out the smokes from Legacy, and it ended up working out for them. Sonics, meanwhile, trying to fight their way in. They will clean up the Outlaws, and they should also be able to get their fallen man Tiggleton back on his feet. Taego looked over in that direction, took a shot, but they're not too interested. Meanwhile, Friendly Fire going to try to make their way through Typhon. Typhon has a wide split going on right now. Hank will go down. Spray from Gabri. Won't get it, but Erangel will get Shinboy down, and now it's just down to Michael, and he's pulling right into Bestia's neighborhood. One shot away, and Mime will be the one that gets it. Friendly Fire out in 8th.
Yeah, unfortunately, not the vehicle you want in a situation where you're trying to make a getaway. Friendly Fire stuck in that back. Oh man, that was it was a brave attempt, and they still managed to get 5 kills in this game.
That's good stuff from Friendly Fire. We'll see what Rondo holds for them. All right, we do have 1 solo in Majestics. Taego, I don't know if they know he's here, or if they have an idea that there may be a snake around here, if they're just playing around the edges, the lines. And yo, okay, Pippa quick with it. He was taken by surprise, but does manage to get that point. And so now Taego have pretty much complete control over the western side. You've got the full 4-man of Taego on the west. You've got the full 4-man of Typhon on the south, full 4 of Sonics on the north, full 4 of Bestia in the center. And then you've got a duo from Working in Silence who again managed to find the late game. And then you've got Elevate, who've got 3 up. So see if they can find their way into the top 4. It's going to be tough, though.
It is going to be tough, and more importantly, now, especially for Bestia, they're going to have to hold not only their new edge, which was the old center of the circle, they're going to have to hold it against Typhon, they're going to have to make sure that Elevate doesn't get one on him, and then, yeah, that duo of Working in Silence also has a window of opportunity if Sonics doesn't happen to spot them out. And so, really, the tough part of this, I think, the major issues of the circle actually all land onto Bestia.
And we're going to have to keep eyes on how these guys decide to wrap in, what the terrain's giving them. Bestia flexing as much as they can on the edge. Taego is pretty much just taking what they wanted on the west. And see a few shots from Bestia being sent towards that direction, but Bestia, now they're getting, now Sonics has an angle on a Draft King as well. So as you said, Bestia just kind of, what was the greatest spot in the center has now turned into the worst, as they're pretty much at the mercy of everybody around them. They are going to hop in the vehicles and they're going to move and reposition themselves. So that's going to open up a little bit of a pathway into the south for Typhon if they decide to take it. Elevate, meanwhile, they took a few shots over at Working in Silence, and it looks like they've decided that that's their best path into this next zone, as they're going to go ahead and try to at least secure those points. Draft King will get taken down by Shrimsy, though. Sonics has the angle.
And as weird as it may look, I actually think that was one of the better plays that Bestia could have made, even though they're getting picked apart by the Sonics. Knowing that they were the only angle of approach for a couple teams on the edge, I mean, they had to either hold it out against multiple teams, which can be very difficult, or just try to reposition here. And it just looks like this isn't working for them, but I completely understand what they were going for. And it looks like Sonics is just coming here to just close it out.
Yeah, this is the best play for Sonics here, is they will find them in the smokes. The grenades just perfectly placed, perfectly cooked. 10 kills now for Sonics as they have awoken onto Taego. Meanwhile, Working in Silence does get eliminated. Elevate and Typhon still on that south side, still trying to find their way into this zone, and Taego knows it. Look at them, they're trying to creep over there and trying to find angles onto this. So many smokes laid down. It's looking like a veritable feast here for Typhon if they can find him.
Yeah, they're currently now hearing these shots coming from Amps. He's trying to channel his inner Shen, another Malaysian star. With 3 members up here, they're definitely pinned though. You see Sonics looking for those angles, and at the meantime, Typhon, as you stated, just licking their lips, waiting for an opportunity, and Erangel is going to find it. Empt is going to go down. He's the first one. Only 2 members now left for Elevate. They're trying to smoke it out, but look at the 2 members of the Sonics here. Kickstart moving closer and closer to close this one out.
Yeah, they've got to get in there as quickly as they can. Justice, that is a gutsy res there to go for Empt on the edge of the zone. But as you said, Sonic's moving down. Toyo trying to move down as well. Typhon left Carrot behind to try to keep that push from happening. But unfortunately, he's going to get taken down. So now Typhon getting pinched between everybody. Sonic's just sending it. Toyo sending it. And they are just getting kill after kill here. Shrimsy going to pick up another one. Kickstart will get Zera. And we'll see if Typhon can get any of these, or Toyo rather can get any of these, as it looks like they've now finally spotted each other out. Shrimsy gonna send it right in. It's gonna spot out Justice. There you go.
Nice.
Is gonna go down as well. 12 kills now for Sonics, as they will pull back? Question mark. Is this where you pull back and you keep pushing forward? Yeah. Okay. Let's do it.
Just hold from the edge, right? And I love this play from Toyo. They were able to come in, try to get something. They at least got a point and put as much pressure onto the team being sandwiched as possible, which was Typhon, and now they already have a foothold with Pippa. This is such a good play coming out from Toyo. I just continue to be impressed. Not only that, they have 8 kills. And so now they've put themselves in a situation where it's an even 4-on-4 against a Sonics win, though, with a big opportunity. He's not going to get the knock. In fact, he's going to take a lot of damage.
Oh, he's going to go
and
down.
He goes down.
Pippa. So good stuff there from Toyo. Good eyes from Pippa to defend his teammates. The rest of Sonics, though, they're going to collapse onto H-Win. And they're going to find one right off the bat. Benya is going to go down. Emmy will go down as well. Shrimsy is feeling it. Kickstart going to go down to a well-placed grenade from Emmy, though, as it's now a straight-up 2v2. Pippa and Capitan, though, they are still far from this battle. They're still trying to make the way in here before the reses can come off, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Sonics back up to 3.
Shrimsy now with the opportunity to just destroy armor. Capitan's gonna eat a headshot anyways. Tiggleton's gonna find Pippa, and it's just down to El Capitan, and that is it.
Oh,
Sonics with a 18 kill win. Jump straight to 44 points and take your top spot. Man, they may have had a slow start in the first game, but my goodness.
Hey, it might not have been, Miramar wasn't what got them going, but boy, they got going on Taego, didn't they? That was clean as you like. And again, obviously, we expect great things from Sonics. We expect class, and they delivered there. But at the end of the Toyo, they were pretty much mirroring every single play that Sonics made there at the end. And, you know, it's just, I mean, at the end, it was just good gunplay from the part of Sonics that had them come out ahead. And actually, it was the unfortunate for Toyo that they were a little bit too far away to take advantage of Sonics while they had the 2 knocks.
Well, Matt, what did you think of that game?
I mean, pretty standard Taego until we got into the top 6, it felt like. That's where it got really wild, as you can see we're coming into here. You talked about Toyo having a lot of control over on the western front. I 100% agree with that, specifically whenever the double up power with Sonics on that eastern side of it. It just felt like these 2 squads that were trying to vie for this middle position just had no opportunity to go from. And I do love the fact that we see a very distinctive car play into another car play. So Toyo sent their group over, Kick hops in a vehicle, and they just retaliate to match it, denying out any form of movement. And that's really what just locked down Capitan back over here. So a bold play into a bold play that, just like you guys said, all just came down to gunfire.
18 kills and 28 points, man. They have woken up. All right, Taego is apparently what does it for him, I guess. But again, Toyo up again in that top 5. Typhon finding themselves up there again. Bestia as well, once again in the top 5. So we're seeing our Latin American teams are really starting to show out, at least in the early game matches here.
Latin America, I feel in the group stage popping off. Never Godspeed. No. Never.
I feel like they've, I mean, yeah, in the past, obviously Latin American teams struggled, but as of, I mean, the last year and a half, I mean, the Latin American teams, especially regionally, have been just a huge threat to a lot of the staples that we expect, right? And Toyo is just practicing just what I like to call just very calculated aggression, right? They are making sure that they're holding their edge, but they're also not passive at all, but they're also not getting over aggressive. I mean, I really like the way that they've been playing. Bestia, I really feel for. They had a really tough decision to make, which was, do we stay and potentially have to hold off 3 teams, or do we try to move into a better position and only have to contend with Sonics? Obviously, we saw what the Sonics was able to do with them, but I mean, yeah, Latin America, man, have been great. They've been so great.
For a second, right? Bestia touched first for a second, and then Sonics just started mowing through everything. Toyo managed to out-survive them, so we've seen the shift in, instantly dropping down just a couple of slots. But I mean, Sonics was just absolutely wild inside that game. I mean, the amount of territory control and confidence that was coming out from their play, it's just like you said, they felt kind of non-existent on Miramar in some fashion. Yeah, they did make it into the later stages in one of the games, but it wasn't coming off of EWC victory, right? Now it finally feels like they're back into that EWC momentum point.
Hey, look, if all it takes you is 2 games to get warmed up, that's fine. We live with that, all right? I mean, this is what we're expecting from Sonics, right? This is what we always expect from Sonics. I tell you, he's a little bit of a kind of raising my eyes a little bit at Falcons and Legacy here.
There it is.
Been a very slow start for the first. Now, again, you know, Legacy or Falcons rather, they got pinned on the outside of the circle in the first 2 Miramar games because they were sticking around trying to get involved in fights, and they got kind of stuck there too long on that northwestern side of the circle, which both games the northwestern side of the circle was trash. And then in that game they get pinned by the one team that gets bridge camped out of the 7 teams that dropped on the North Island. So you know, that one is a little bit more on the unfortunate side. So I'm still making excuses for Falcons here, at least through 3 games. But if you gotta show me something in these last 3. You gotta show me something in this last 3.
They're a quarter of the way through, and I mean, I love the squads. I know that they can play. We all know that they can play, but we just haven't seen the synergies yet, Godspeed. I mean, do you think the fact that is it just the maps? Is it just the circles? Or does it just feel like there's something missing with them?
I don't want to necessarily say I think something's missing, but they're definitely not playing to their potential, right? I mean, and they're struggling. I don't know if it's like the lobby and kind of the randomness that is introduced when you have group stages, especially with some teams that you're normally not used to playing, right? Like we've seen what they do in group stages when they obviously have the known commodities, the top teams, the meta that is, you know, very drawn out. But yeah, this is kind of an element and degree of randomness that is clearly throwing them off, and they have not had a good start. And so far, as you said, a quarter of their games are kind of gone, but it's the Falcons, and so they should get their footing here. At least I say they should, and I hope they should. But we'll see, man. This is already a pretty tough lobby. I think for those teams expecting this to be kind of an easy ride, doesn't look like that at all.
Well, there's also 2 teams that play very similar to Falcons, right? And whenever we look at that, that's Toyo and Working in Silence. Try to go for positional fairly early, get centered up, and then kind of fight around it and not allow anybody to move in that territory. That's been kind of the Falcons' MO for a while, is kind of chill for the first couple of circles, play off of territory control. But it feels like the outer edge that's going on with just how, I guess, violent these first couple of games have been and how the circles have shifted, Poro, it just feels like Falcons can't make that break in. Like you were talking about, they're the only team that kind of had to deal with that bridge camp.
Yeah, I mean, that game, the Taego game, is kind of a wash for me. Personally, just because of the bridge cam, like, you know, it is what it is. That's not even the bridge that they were even trying to go to in the first place. Like, they just got forced to go that way. The one that concerned me a little bit more was the 2 Miramar games where they're trying to, you know, control. They were trying to do their area control on the edge of the zone, just outside of the zone, but they ended up getting kind of sandwiched and they're taking knocks, you know, inconvenient knocks at times, and it's, you know, that's a little bit more concerning. But again, that's something that can be fixed, and that's something that can change as the day goes on. But we'll see what happens, and we'll see what happens here on Rondo. You know, all it takes, Matchroom, is that one good game to start the snowball rolling. Exactly.
And we're
That's
into
my
it.
thoughts. My thoughts exactly. Thank you for that.
Get out of here, Matt. But we're right into it, man.
Yep. Right over the top of test track once again. I'm still waiting to see the circle finish in the Northeast. I haven't gotten to see it just yet. I think we had one the other day in the Open Qualifiers, but I wasn't paying attention really. I'm gonna be honest.
I love the honesty.
What is
I
going
follow
on
the
at
same
test track? Hold up. How many teams is that? That 5? 3? 2? No.
Looks like 2.
2?
3.
Hyphen?
5.
Friendly fire?
Did you say 5?
7? Maybe? I don't know. What are numbers?
Yeah,
Arbitrary.
a quarter of the games are gone, and I will say, and kind of to your point as well, taking those inconvenient knocks, it is a little odd to see Falcons on the back foot in this way. I think early like this, but again, I have faith in those boys. I have faith that they'll make adjustments. But again, my point stands. This has not been an easy lobby. I mean, Sonics made it kind of look easy in that last game, but if their first 2 games are any indication, I mean, especially Toyo, like the other teams, they're fighters, man. This is a fairly strong lobby.
No, it absolutely is. It's. I think our Open Qualifier teams are actually showing some gumption, some guts, as it were. And and the other thing is that I think is going to be a problem for some of these teams that are having a little bit more of a slow start. There's nobody, well, as of yet anyway, through 3 games, there's nobody really just siphoning up all the points. Right, they're kind of
right.
We got some teams that are doing well, obviously, but there's not Sonics on track for 220 something points, right? Like we had at the EWC qualifier. Like it's a little bit more spread out, so that's going to make that cut line a little bit higher. And unless you start getting things going in the right direction here pretty quickly, you could find that cut line just getting further and further away really quick.
Yeah, and you also have to think about the implications that has towards the end of the group stages before we even hit last chance. Are those teams that are struggling, are those teams that aren't necessarily as consistent as your Toyos, your Sonics, your Bestias, or even Friendly Fire, like, are they just going to throw caution in the wind and start causing chaos, right? And that also throws a lobby like this into disarray. And so it remains to be seen, but especially now with the introduction of Rondo, even though these teams are only playing it twice during the group stages, there's still a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at the end of the day, group stages, you still have the last chance qualifier, right? Like it's not
right.
the end of the world. If things now, nobody you would obviously rather make it through the group stages, but again, you have that LCQ safety net, so you can kind of write some of these things off a little bit and feel a little bit better as we see Bestia starting to make their way just off to the east of Sonics, just off to the east of Yulin. No gliders in the air just yet. This is where I'm expecting to see more gliders, is on Rondo.
Yeah, especially with just so much surface area to cover. It is not like any of the other 8x8s that we have, where there's, at least a significant body of water, like Erangel surrounding the entire island, or there's Miramar, which has a lot of unplayable terrain. I mean, most of the surface of Rondo is playable. Yes, there's some water here or there, but this is a very large map with a lot of surface area, and a scouting tool like a glider is invaluable if any of these teams are able to get it, or even like a redeploy, right? You have so many different mountains that are not able to be, climbed with any vehicles or any vaulting, that you can only get to if you have an emergency pickup. And then you also have the deployable cover, which is really nice, especially because there's a lot of open areas in Rondo as well. So this map was really fun. I think I speak for both of us to cast, but there's a lot of challenges for these teams. I mean, I specifically remember that area we dubbed Graveyard, that Toby and I were casting, that it's like 10 teams had to inevitably crash there because there was nothing else to play.
Yeah, that whole area just off to the west of Test Track, west and northwest, is a little spooky. little spooky at times. Well, a lot of teams, or at least majority of our lobby, really, I think 1, 2, 3, 4 teams currently outside of zone right now. And we haven't taken a single loss yet, as we see Sharp Shot sharply shooting just about everything in sight and making sure that he tests his QBU as well as he can. Fakes in. It's going to spot out Orion off in the distance. Pachow kind of hugging the western side just south of Jiaotin. They've got some high ground to work with. They're just get as much information as they can. Oh, I say it. Now Gibble is going to be our first casualty here on Rondo as he pulled up to the wrong compound. Certito ready and waiting.
The nice thing, at least, about this circle is I think the majority of the teams, except for maybe 1, 2, I think Ragers aren't in the circle, and so Stadium is actually also completely open, which is a little surprising, but gives a foothold there for Ragers to come into. It is. It's a difficult place to hold for sure, which is at least Stadium proper itself, right? You do have the condos and you have kind of the schoolyard around that area, but yeah, Stadium itself, even if you have high ground, there's so many different access points that you can rappel up. It's hard to hold for sure.
Yeah, it's nobody really taking the bait on Stadium, at least for right now. Ragers gonna be the last one is in from the north side, as Typhon getting a little bit close to Outlaws just north of Test Track, and Bestia a little bit close to Mutt here, but Bestia already on the move, and it looks like they should get out in time. Draft King, the last one, will take a few shots in the back. Silson will as well, but should be no harm, no foul, as Bestia opting for the 2-2 split.
Bestia, for the time being, should be able to hold this. As you said, Mutt kind of the ones knocking out the door, giving them a little bit of a presence, but that split should be fine for now. I do worry if Friendly Fire starts to pressure the other split, though, if they're going to try to consolidate.
Mayu ultimo tiro. Mayu ultimo tiro. There you go. Feel free, all of our Latin American viewers, to make fun of me. I know I deserve it.
I know I will.
But I'm just gonna I know you will too. That's why I'm just gonna call him Mutt. We also have Wuju 2 coming in from the south side, but they've got all the space in the world, really. Nobody really covering that south side. So very slow, calm early Rondo here. Only one loss taken so far, and everybody seems to be in the spot that they want to play for the most part, with the exception of our 2 late arrivers. Legacy about as close to center as anybody, and this is where they dropped. This is where they looted. So whatever they've got, they're going to be stuck with here. See LFP kind of scouting off to the north. Might see some of those Certito fellows moving around, but they look to be comfortably entrenched currently.
I'm curious how much loot Legacy actually has, though. If you think about it, I mean, yeah, there's
not much there.
There's a decent amount of buildings to loot there, but for 4 players, I don't know if it's enough. I mean, we'll have to see. I think utility is going to be the big issue for them going forward. We'll have to see. Falcons, on the other hand, I mean, yeah, complete control of Yulin. You take this all day. You got high ground. You have different elevations, a lot of different buildings as well, and they have a good spread to make sure that, you know, teams don't really sneak in on them. So it's a good start for Falcons.
Chow driving around a little bit just to get information about where anybody might be around them, and Hazel will take a few shots and pull back towards the rest of Orion. Now they've got Chow just off to their west and Legacy off to their north. Now Babbler and RBN right on opposing sides of the mountain here for each other, and I'm not sure either is aware of the other's presence. Oh, maybe RBN might know.
Possible.
Pull the grenade out.
First shift is kind of brutal, actually. It cuts a lot of these teams out. We're looking at Bestia, Friendly Fire, Outlaws, Wuju 2 now also have to make a rotation in, elevate somewhat of the beneficiaries of this shift. They can kind of play that western hill that is just below Jiaotin, but a lot of the other teams, I mean, look at this, how condensed it is around the Sonics right now.
Yeah, it's not great on that southeastern side, really, and Sonic's actually just kind of sticking it out. I think they hear all the vehicles moving around them. They may have been considering making a push, but instead we'll just wait. And now you see Falcons, they've sent Roth over. We'll take a few shots in passing, but we'll go and rejoin the rest of the boys over at Lin. Now they're hugging the edge. Should be all right. We'll see a friendly fire and Bestia. They're just sending it right towards the center. Where are they going to go? And is it already going to be occupied? So Tito already in a spot here. Orion, they're going to see Bestia, or is this Bestia that they're seeing pass by? Yes, it is. And
Yeah.
it's not a great path here for Bestia as they go out of the frying pan of Orion and into the fire of Pachau and Rage. Ragers have already taken over this little compound just off to the south of the stadium.
And Bessia just keeps on driving, as you said, right into the Ragers. Connor's trying to get away, but Sharp will find that first knock. Oh, thought he was going to get run over here, but a trade has come back. Majestics finds DraftKing.
Oof. Very cleanly done there by Bestia, and unfortunately for Ragers, maybe asking a little bit too much with that 2-2 split. They get immediately collapsed upon, but they still have two more off to the north, playing the hills to the side of, or to the south of stadium, but shots coming in from Pachau. Friendly fire is gonna lose Sharp Shot. DraftKing now, can he get back on his feet? Looks like he will, so Bestia will keep 3 alive, but this is a tough spot here. It feels like everybody's got an angle on you.
Yeah, and this is also what surprises me is that Rangers tried to hold that split. As you said, that was a very ambitious split, especially seeing that circle, knowing that a lot of the teams coming out from the southeast were going to have to rotate in. And so I am a little surprised that they weren't more conscious of that fact, maybe consolidate earlier or just get that duo out of there. But yeah, because of it, I mean, half the team is now down, and Bestia have taken over that position for the time being, and they will keep 3 alive. So worse things could have happened for them, especially with how much driving they did in that rotation.
Yeah, indeed. Wuju 2. They've got Cowboy up doing a little bit of scouting. He knows he's getting shot at off in the distance, so cut back towards the north. Wuju 2, one of our later arrivers on the south side, but they're pulling in to this 2-2 split from Elevate. Now, Cowboy's getting shot at, but yeah, I think Justice realizing what's up, he's going to go ahead and pull on out and try to reconvene here with Empt. A little bit better cover. Cowboy actually jumping out. He's going to send it. Try to go for the high ground.
Oh,
here.
he
He's
missed!
gonna miss it. Oh, no. That's not what you want.
Oh, that would have been so sick if he got up top, but not able to do so. I think getting shot at caused him to like kind of panic. He's like, oh, I need to readjust. And because of that, he's landing in dangerous territories. And speaking of dangerous territories, this shift just...
Another Western shift.
Brutal. Not only the Western shift, but if you look at the circle itself, there's a lot of Zhao Tin still in, but centered up Pachau. I mean, there's not going to be a lot of teams that are going to be able to contest that.
Yeah, Elevate's on the clock here for sure. They've got a great position if they can hold Wuju 2 off, but Wuju, they are sending it right in, and Justice and Empt just holding the line, waiting for some support, waiting for some backup. And his Monster looks like he's going to spot out Justice, and actually Pachau taking shots at this from range too. So Wuju 2, they've got to get on the move once again. They're not going to be able to sit comfortably up here.
As you said, though, if either one of these teams can get rid of the other, the amount of control they actually have on this circle, and the amount of space, more importantly, they have to work with, is hugely important. So we'll have to see how that fight goes. As El Ultimo Tiro is going to find some shots onto the Falcons, who have also rotated in, and they're still not even in. I mean, Mutt is just sitting so far back in the blue right now.
They really are. They try to do I think they try to do a long wrap from over on the east, and they were trying to come on the south, and they might be a third party onto this Elevate Wuju 2 fight here, as Pachau is just still making shots from range and making life miserable here for Wuju 2. But yeah, FCCZ for Mutt has now arrived. He's getting shot at on that south side. We'll see where Mutt decides to go, but I gotta say I'm happy for Roth that he did not get shot out of a vehicle. I know he hates that. I know that was a big problem for Esports World Cup, but he did not get shot out of the vehicle this time. So all well and good in the land of Falcons. They are playing that
For
edge,
now.
For now, but yeah, unfortunately, the edge that they're coming in from is the one that everybody's coming in from. So it's not looking like it's going to get any easier here. As Mutt taking big shots from Wuju 2.
No, and I think a big problem here for Falcons is they're still stuck on the edge, and they now have to go through multiple teams. One of those is Mutt. Now the fight finally for Wuju 2 and Elevate is starting to pop off. As you're now starting to look at the Outlaws as well coming into the south side of this one, so it's now become kind of a king of the hill situation where we have 4 different teams vying for the position, and Elevate wisely have actually opted to go to the very west side and try to get away from the pinnacle of where most of the fighting is happening. In fact, they're going to get a couple kills for it as well.
Okay, Elevate. They lose Empt, but they're still alive, and they still got the good spot here. Looks like Falcons have kind of stopped their push. And Outlaws, they were starting to make their way over here, but I think they got pinched between Falcons and Toyo, and there you go. Friendly fire will go down to Certito on that northeastern side. Sonic's gonna take down one from Orion as they come in from the east as well. So Pachao, they're gonna collapse from their 2-2 split. They have dead center circle. They've got a compound. They've got everything they could possibly want. Let's see if Rage and finish off Typhon here, but Typhon not going down without a fight.
Oh, Typhon trying to hold this is just Gabaru and Karex. I'm looking for Rage. Rage is now just down at 1.
Little Lily, yeah. Last one up.
That might be the last one you want to go up against, though, as we saw in the last Miramar game. Oh, T-Plants is actually going to find 2. And again, Falcons just struggling.
You hate to see that. There's Sneak Attack again. Perfect place to see everybody. Roth will finish off T-Plants. Sneak Attack not going to be able to land that shot into Roth to finish him off, but it is down to Roth and Rello. Can they get Flood back up? If they can, it'll be a miracle. We'll see if they can try to keep their game going. As once again, they're just caught in the never-ending fight on the edge of zone.
They're always chasing circles, which is not something I feel like we're used to seeing from the Falcons. Meanwhile, with Orion now, this is happening on the southeast edge, currently being held out by Legacy, but also Toyo. Toyo's really the one kind of putting the screws to Orion, making sure that their advance is not as easy as they want it to be. They have vehicles as well, so we do see some forethought and planning coming out from Toyo, but I mean, there's not much to play. I mean, even if they skirt past to the west side of Legacy, it's fairly open over there.
Yeah, it's not looking great. I mean, you're basically dead to rights to Pachao at that point. But Legacy not even looking over in that direction. They're very much keyed in on Sonics here. Flood will go down. Finish off to the blue, so it's just Roth and Rello. They've managed to make their way on the south side of Zhao Tin. Elevate left that high ground and entered into Zhao Tin as well. So they've got 3 alive, and they are just south of Working in Silence, who once again has just kind of played it very close to the vest, went to the city, and they got a little bit of luck as far as the circles are concerned, so they can play for the late game here. Wuju 2 and Outlaws still fighting for this, but Pachao again just getting involved in this fight over and over again as they will take out Nick.
You got to be so happy if you're Pachao, right? Just holding that position for so long. Now starting to pay dividends, actually being able to get some kills, get some knocks, put some damage out there. And, I mean, they're arguably in the best position on the map next to maybe Bestia or, Waiting in Silence wherever this shifts. I mean, those 3 teams are poised for at least some safety in the next shift.
Yeah, they have no real angles on anything to their southeast, though, so we'll keep an eye on that. As Outlaws, Curry just going to get Sneak Attack and has to pull away with 2 HP, and Pachao, once again, the rich get a little bit richer. So that southeastern side is going to have to come to a head. Wuju 2 just trying to survive a little bit longer as Legacy, they're going to pile into the van. But they've got RBN has a position in here that's safe from the line of sight of Pachao, but he's got Sonics pulling right up on him, and LFP is going to get taken down by Benya. So that's the worst possible time for a knock to come through onto Legacy as they were trying to make the rotation, and now Sonics has the line of sight onto them. They're going to sneak away that kill into the bag of kickstart. 4 kills now for Sonics as their reign of terror continues from Taego.
Yeah, and what a window of opportunity to strike on there. As soon as that member of Legacy went down, it's going to be Sonics to realize that now the team in front of them is down members. They're going to be able to push into the circle, find what they can, and more importantly, Try to hold out Legacy, who's actually just going to bail out, but they're running right into, whoa, Taego!
That's not what you want to see when you come over the hill. And now it's going to be RBN going down, and now it's just down to 2 as for Legacy as they're going to take the 1 or 2v2, I think, rather against Ryan. It's down to a 1v1 as I think it's just Hazel and VHZ left. The smoke wall keeping things alive, so Tito will get finished off by Bestia, who also have a very good compound on the northern side of this circle. They're down to 3. It looks like that big, crazy, ballsy rotation from Bestia paying off big dividends right now.
Yeah, I mean, they could have just as easily went down in that rotation, but now they find themselves in a fantastic position. Meanwhile, I really do want to talk about the way that Elevate was able to disengage multiple times and get themselves in a position where they weren't one of the teams stuck fighting on that hill to the south. So I really want to give them kudos for that. Great plays coming from them, and it's not much, but they have a slice of the circle to currently play in, and then even the Falcons managed to go all the way around to Jiaotin, but they're going to have to get in right behind Waiting in Silence, who have been doing just that, just patiently waiting in the circle with a position that many of the teams on the field have died to get to.
And here they come. They spot out one. They weren't silent enough, but Fana will get both of them. Oh no. Falcons tried to kick down the door, but Fana was holding it. And he only, I think he might have taken one shot, one bullet, if any. And good news for Working in Silence too, because Elevate was primed. You can see they were starting to make their way across the street, and that just didn't happen here. As Toyo will clean up Uju 2. And Toyo looking pretty good themselves here. Elevate have to make a decision. They still have a little bit of time in the zone here, but it looks like they're going to hop in the vehicles and see if they can take something better.
And for the time being, they're safe. But as you said, like, needing something better, and it looks like Elevate as well is starting to move out of their little slice of the circle right there, and they could have stayed, but they've actually opted to take a high ground position. Toyo now is starting to realize that this is not it. Their position currently is just so unsafe. As now Sonics as well as Elevate are going to start taking shots. Even Pachao has angles, and that rock is unfortunately just a ticking time bomb.
Yeah, you can call in all the deployable cover you want. Unfortunately for them, once Elevate took that position above them, it was pretty much GG. They had to move. So they'll keep 2 alive, at least for the time being. Elevate gets 1 knocked, and it looks like Working in Silence starting to creep down there. They, as we said, have been playing it real close to the best for the first part of this game, but now that it's getting late game, they've got 4 alive. They've got complete control over that northwestern side of the zone. They would like to go out there and start collecting a few more points for themselves. See if it pays off. Elevate not going to give them the opportunity. They hop in the vehicles on the move once again, but Pachao still has line of sight onto all of this, and Toyo, they've still got some offensive utility to send in that direction.
Somehow they're still alive. That Dragunov could potentially come into play if they can find a knock on the Sonics. It's a small break, a small reprieve, at least for now. But I'm just, again, so impressed with Waiting in Silence. Yes, they got shifts. Yes, they're in that position. But look how active they tried to get. You saw Technosh, you saw Solds try to go on that ridge, get as much damage as possible. As now Sonics are trying to move in and find something. No. And it's going to be a wipe Tingleton with the seat swap. Quinn will go down. Does he have any safety here?
I don't even know if it matters. 9 kills now for Sonics, as it's just down to 10.
Yeah, they've done
He's
enough.
Being popped by from every angle here, really. Typhon gonna try to stay alive a little bit longer, but Chow is just, I mean, they're ADR farming. They're gonna pick up 2 kills there as Tiggleton's vehicle will get exploded. So now they are up to 6. And Bestia is starting to make their way out of their compound. It looks like they took a knock. Mime, the last one left behind. Pachao starting to look back in that direction. And they'll find out, get the knock on a Draft King. A re-knock, rather.
Yep. And again, look at Working in Silence just flexing out, not being complacent. Playing proactive, looking for these knocks, trying to get rid of potentially Elevate, which would actually give them even more room to work with. They could sweep the south side and really start to put some pace and pressure onto Pachao.
Yeah, I
really like the way they're playing.
I do too. I worry a little bit about trying to overcommit to pushing Elevate, because we know that Pachao has such good angles onto everything kind of off to the south and off to the southwest. The They still have Technosh and Fana holding down on that north side, right? So they did see Bestia get in there. Bestia fortunately was able to get the res on a Draft King. That new circle is huge though. This could be great here for Working in Silence. They are just going to hold their spots for the time being. It looks like Taego just sends it to the middle of the circle, puts that deployable cover down, and hopes for the best, really, at this point. It's really the onus is on Chow here. What are you going to do? Do you keep moving to the north? They get another knock on a Draft King, and I don't know what what the move here for Pachao is. Do you go south, or do you try to wrap around to the north?
I think ideally, if you can, you just try to get rid of Typhon, right? If you're able to do that, you actually have something to play, something good, as a matter of fact. But the question is, can they do that while getting shot at from both Elevate and Working in Silence? Because Typhon, for the most part, are stuck, right? They're not really poking out. They don't even really have a chance to fight, unless the team gets really, really close. They're currently sitting in smoke, so the option for them is just to try to hold out, and the option for Chow is they're going to have to move soon. Circle's moving in. This is phase 7, and they really can't be caught in this.
Yeah, Typhon just hurdling it up, and here we go. Pachao trying to send it, see where they decide to go. Are they just going to pull up on Typhon?
I think they have to, yeah.
Right on. They've got the P90 in hand. Carrick's got one too, though. Gabriel's going to go down. The trade comes through on Asanta. Carrick will get taken out, so Pachao does get the spot that they wanted in the end. But Bestia now on the move. They have to go somewhere. Technosh has the angle, will do some damage, will force Bestia to stop down. But look at this. Draft King will take out Fakeson, and Pachao Elevate will actually go finish off Bestia. Pachao still taking knocks, but they should be able to get everybody back on their feet.
Yeah, Pachao will actually have a beautiful window of opportunity here, as it's going to be Working in Silence now, taking the opportunity themselves to get rid of Elevate. And so because of that, that's actually, as you said, bought Pachao much needed time. What fortunate circumstances for them after such a ballsy crash.
Oh man, that played out exactly just in the perfect way as it could, as Enzito will finish off Elevate. So now again we are down to a 4v4 finish. I feel like we've seen more 4v4 finishes
almost every game.
Every single game it feels like. But here we go. Pachao. Okay, the new zone will pop. They can stay in their spot. They can still turtle as much as they want. Working in Silence, they have so much room to work or like move around, but I mean, it's not great room to work around or move around, is it? Like it's wide open fields.
Yeah, but it's about even. I mean, if you look at where Enzito sits versus where the tip of that field is in for Pachao, center circle is just about the same distance. So both teams going to have to move into the open. I mean, at a certain point, Pachao's going to have to move out of this trench, and they're going to be in the open as well, which is why you see the smokes coming out.
Oh, God. So, double P90s for the end here. Oh, one of them's going to go down. Fana.
Might not matter.
Yeah, we'll take the knock. Fakes in. We'll have to pull back again. And yeah, it's just this, you know, it looks from overhead like it's just nothing but empty field here, but they've got this slightest bit of elevation that they can work with and kind of move around here. So they do have control over the center of the zone here, and they still have Technosh on that northern side looking for any angle. But Pachao definitely in some trouble. They will get Fakeson back on his feet though, so they're back up to full strength with 9 kills. But what do? You are just completely pinned in.
They have to fight their way out of it. They have to. They need to find an opening knock, because at this point, the way that Working in Silence is spread out, as you said, complete control. And so if they can't find it, at least get someone to the center. This vehicle send is not a bad idea. If they can take center circle, they start to put the pressure on the rest of Working in Silence. But even still, that vehicle, it's going to be difficult for them to hold that center position alone, especially as a solo player.
Oh, a nice grenade from
there's a nade.
We'll get the knock, and it immediately traded back as BL and Technosh trading grenades onto each other as we wait for circle to come through. And it looks like Enzito got knocked as well. So now it's Fakeson actually, they're getting the
it's about to be a 4-on-2.
Yeah, they're able to get the revive back on, and it looks like they're going to try to go for the revive onto Enzito. They've left Sold to kind of watch everybody here, and BL now back on his feet, so back up to full strength for Pachao. Enzito will get at least one back up. Sold's just waiting for somebody to peek. But nobody doing it for Pachao just yet.
He's got that deployable cover for himself. Some damage going out, but again, 2 P90s still on the side. Pachao is so dangerous. Fauna needs to be huge, and he gets the knock. That's a window to open up just a little bit for Working in Silence. I don't know if they can get Tech Nosh, but they can at least even this out to a 3-on-3, Poro.
No, this is huge. Sold's doing exactly what he needs to do. He's taking shots at the exact right time to make sure that they don't leave their little spot here. And I don't think Pachao's too terribly interested in doing that. They look pretty comfortable here with the cover that they have to work with. And for their part, Working in Silence, not going to try to go for the res onto Tech Nosh. They don't really have the time. The zone is collapsing as it is. And now Pachao finally leaving. They're going to wrap around on the south side on the edge of the circle to see if they can maybe catch Sold slipping.
Oh, just an easy knock here. Pachao so clinical now. The P90's coming into play, and Zito and Fana, though, with 2 trades of their own. It's down to a 2-on-2.
Beautiful double peeking trade on the side of the smoke from Working in Silence. And one and BL now on the clock. Will they try to go for the revive here? It looks like they will, and they're going to get Fakeston back on his feet here. Fana will get taken down as well, and one FPS trying to go for the side. Sweet, they're going to get Zito down to 1 HP. BL just holding the line, and there it is. P90 will do it, and Pachao with the 13-kill win.
That was such a... I mean, we could spend at least 10 minutes breaking down that fight alone.
my
but
God.
Between Pachao and Working in Silence, the fact that Working in Silence were... I mean, yes, they had a slightly better position, but still facing down the barrel of 2 P90s, were able to make that a real fight. And that was a sick ending.
And I got to tell you, you know, how important are grenades in this game at this point? I mean, if Working in Silence had any grenades at all, I mean, they were playing. That's
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the drawbacks, I guess, of playing extremely cautiously in the early game and just kind of holding the good hard cover spot and getting a little bit of circle luck going your way, is that you don't get to loot up that much, and nobody really kind of pushed over onto them or challenged them at all, so they didn't have any crates to loot either. So their utility towards the end there, at least their offensive utility, when it would have been just perfect time for them to just drop a bunch of grenades right onto Pachao, it felt like Tech Nosh's grenade that he traded on BL was the last thing that they had.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was the last grenade that they had as we're going through different perspectives. And none of the players at that point, Pachao included, had anything other than like a couple smokes. The deployable cover had already been used. And so, yeah, I mean, more grenades possibly could have affected the outcome of that, even in Pachao's favor. But it just came down to a straight on 4-on-4 gunfight. And that was a sick gunfight between those two teams.
Well, what do you think, Matrim? Well, Working in Silence, coming from the Open Qualifier, showing out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad that hasn't had the highest. This is their highest kill count so far, so finally finding some kills to go along with it, and a very technical set of plays. But you guys were talking about Pachao, and you specifically, Poro, alluded to the fact that they're kind of known for being a little bit more reactive instead of proactive. This feels like them playing with points. They're up at 51 points now, just behind the Sonics. Sonics were starting to run away with it, but Pachao really found their momentum in this, making some aggressive plays, picking up high kill count games. And this could be the start of a very different Pachao, as long as they can remember to play with the way that they're playing right now, even whenever they're a bit more behind. I don't want to see them move back into that reactive styling. I want to see them keep coming out swinging. I want to see them go for a more aggressive swing out to go for that position that we saw. I think it was like whenever they made the push into... what was the squad that was hanging out right on the fence line? I cannot remember.
Typhoon.
But yeah, they pushed onto them and then immediately swung back out and tried to play against the zone wall to come after Working in Silence. I love that. And Working in Silence, like you guys are talking about, for being I guess a new squad, quote unquote, are not playing that way. They're playing, they know the mechanics, they definitely did their homework. Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, even from their first rotation that we saw, in game 1 of Miramar. I mean, they're making it work. They're making it work against very strong teams, even Pachao with a team with, I would say, much more experience than they have. They're not only making good rotations, good macro, but they're also getting in fights that they're actually putting themselves in a position to win. I mean, even Pachao, as you said, coming into that, being much more proactive, you know, getting the wipe, having multiple P90s, still working in silence made them work for it. So very impressed with Teknosh and his crew. I think that's a team that if they can continue this momentum, they're poised to make it to the grand finals out of group stages.
Well, we saw a squad Toyo that had been on a massive come up. I mean, they were doing tons of stuff, but finally, I guess if we found their kryptonite, is it just Tig seat swapping and driving around, Poro? Is that all it takes?
I guess that's all it takes, man. I guess that's all you need is when Tig just decides to YOLO it in off a 9-kill Sonics. But again, I mean, Sonic's still the class of the lobby. You know, I don't think anybody was expecting anything different. But you know, after watching Bestia and Toyo do as well as they did at the Esports World Cup qualifiers, I'm not surprised to see them growing a little bit here as well. So I'm very happy to see them performing as well as they are. It's been fun to watch.
Well, we have to get everything set up to move over into Erangel. We've still got 2 games left as we are dealing with groups A and B for PAS4 group stage. We will be back in just a few minutes, guys. So make sure you stay tuned as we've got to close out the day with the tried and true Erangel. This is where if you need points, you're going to be able to find them.
Fala, rapaziada, Biel muito calmo aqui, jogador da Pichau Gaming, e hoje eu vim dar uma dica pra vocês, que é quando você quer pegar uma info, rapaziada, atrás de alguma construção, atrás de alguma parede, pra você não dar aquele vault indesejado na frente do seu inimigo, rapaziada. É só você vir nas suas binds e alterar as teclas que por padrão vêm juntos, rapaziada. Então você altera aqui, ó, a do pulo, altera a do vault, que não vai mais acontecer esses probleminhas, esses vaults indesejados, rapaziada, ó. Que agora, ó, nada de ruim vai acontecer comigo. Tô pulando, não vou dar o vault indesejado na frente do inimigo. Essa foi a dica de hoje, rapaziada. Espero ter ajudado. Valeu, até a próxima.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Flood from Team Falcons. Today we're going to be going over a tips and tricks video. We're just going to do a quick tip and it's regarding movement. When it comes to proning in PUBG, proning is quite a slow process and not many people use it in team fights or in any fight because it makes you so vulnerable. But there is one small thing you can do to make it a little bit more useful, and that is by crouching before you hit the prone button. You crouch and then prone, it will make you drop down faster, so as long as you time it properly, you can swing a corner and be proned instantly. This is a really good trick for catching your opponents off guard, and I hope it works for you guys.
Yo, what's up, Tickleton fans and haters? What's up, what's up? We're back with another PAS. We got to do a tips and tricks video for you guys, and my biggest tip for beginners or anyone that just doesn't know it, that makes a huge difference, is reload canceling. And most people will know it, but if you don't, it's a huge thing to boost your gameplay. How you do this is you pretty much just reload the second the number of your ammo, so it says 34 on my screen. The second that changes, you can actually reload or unarm your weapon. So my unarm is T, and then I press 1 right after, but technically you can just press TT, I think. Okay, I don't know how to do that part, but if you just press your unarm key and then 1, bring out your gun again, whatever your gun keybind is, it will instantly reload your gun a little bit faster. As you can see, I did it right there. It's pretty simple once you get the hang of it. You can do it with most guns. Some guns like the VSS, some stuff like doesn't really work with it. But again, you just unarm your weapon. So I think default is X, and then press 1, bring your gun back out. So you do like, T1, 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 X1, X1, and you can mess it up. I'm gonna show you how to mess it up real fast. Well, I didn't mess it up. All right, but anyways. Just to show you how much faster it is, this is the regular reload. As you can see, like, he smacks the bottom of the mag, and when you do this, it just completely negates that. And this is really important for hot drops and stuff like that, and especially with your AR. Also, bonus tip, if you have your AR in slot, the bottom slot, I know it says 1 for me, but the bottom slot, your gun will come out faster. So the reload cancel will actually work even more.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes.
And we are back onto PAS, number 4, getting everything situated to move into Erangel as we get Pachal picking up their second win, and a very different Pachal you were talking about, Poro, is sometimes, yeah, we've kind of picked on them a bit for being a little bit more, I guess, hide in the compound whenever things aren't going their way. Now, not a lot of that going on.
Well, look, hey, the strategy has always been, if you're going to play super passive early game, then you have to come alive. You pick the right time to come alive in the late game to get your points, right? You have to kind of take over to make sure you secure that. And that's one of these teams that teams that are trying to grow and play that early, that kind of low key early game style have to kind of figure out. But it seems like these guys are starting to figure it out. And as Pachal especially, just, I mean, that was, they had a great spot, but you know, at the end they had to make that push. That was a gutsy push on the Taego.
Godspeed, I'm so glad that you called out Elevate and their play moving into that last game. They've been a bit more quiet, but we've been seeing them find some good terrain movements through Jintao, and hopefully we'll be able to see that continue as we make our way over to Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't necessarily been able to capitalize on a lot of their great macro movements. They've also been caught in some situations where they get sandwiched, but overall, like even in that last game on that Western Hill in Rondo, I mean, I love the fact that they repositioned. They decided they didn't want to get crunched on that hill. They even tried to rotate back to get angles on Pachal, who were in a kind of edge position, and they had to move soon. So overall, I like their game plan. I like the way that they're trying to execute it. It's just when it comes down to the team fights or potentially watching out for other teams that can third party them, that's kind of where they've struggled a little bit. But so far, not bad. You know, so far not bad from this new Elevate roster. I like the overarching idea of what they're trying to employ.
Sure. I mean, look, it's a big ask to kind of come into a very experienced lobby like this and succeed. So so far so good for those boys as the new circle, or the first circle rather, does pop, and we are going down to the southwest. So that's good news for Pachal, good news for Sonics, maybe Typhon. We'll see if Certito can maybe take a advantageous position to start things off. Here's Hunter in the long range shots over towards Taego. Not going to find anything though, as Capitan will get their knocked player back towards the boatyard, where the boats are stored.
Where the boats are yarded.
Yeah, it's a yard for boats.
Yeah, Taego, I mean, again, impressive stuff so far, but Pachal has had what, 2 wins and a second or 2 seconds. The consistency for this team is off the charts currently. So if they can keep this up, I mean, sure, they qualified to grand finals. I want to see them stay consistent in the grand finals though, right? Group stage is one thing, but when you start to hit the grand finals lobbies where you have a lot of teams making much less mistakes, that's when it's really going to matter. So this is a great practice run, essentially, although this is very real. Group stage is still a qualifying matter. The consistency moving forward into grand finals is really what's going to be important. And so if they can build the confidence, if they can build the good tendencies that they have, I think they'll continue on with the success, because so far, I mean, they have really not missed in any of these games.
No, and like I said, Pachao did a really good job at the Esports World Cup qualifiers. They only fell a few points short, but I mean, they were over 100 points. So, you know, you can't really ask for a whole lot more than that. I mean, it's unfortunate that for them at the time that there was, you know, only a few teams were able to qualify, and Sonics just kind of dominated everybody. But, you know, it left a lot of good things to see coming into this event. So Pachao and Toyo honestly looking really good, and we can't sleep on Bestia either. You know, we've been talking so much about
Bestia's
Toyo.
been great.
Bestia sitting at 38 points as well. So and that's a fairly new roster, obviously, with Mime. You know, but again, it's group stages. Let's see if you can you go all 3 weeks, right?
And that's a hard fought 38 points as well. I mean, none of these games have been easy for Bestia at all. The first game, yes, they got a lot of circle love and made sure to make that push out. But even in the last fight against Working in Silence, again, another team we're very impressed with. I mean, they made that a dogfight. And so even still, Bestia, super impressive. Working in Silence, impressive. Toy, honestly, our top 5 has been great. Friendly Fire as well started kind of hot. Last couple of games kind of tapered off a little bit. The splits got them in trouble in the games in Miramar. And now looking at a team like Elevate, who have made a lot of the right moves, just not able to close it out, is... Hold on a second. What's going on here?
What's you too? What's going on? Oh, they caught out.
What's little this?
They caught out RBN. Hate that for...
Close the door on him so he nades himself.
Just make sure. You gotta make double sure, right? You gotta double check. But, man, that's a Legacy, more problems, man. 8 points so far. That is not what you expected from this this superstar roster that they got put together.
Yeah, I'm trying to pinpoint exactly what their issue is. I mean, because the last couple games they haven't really been losing anyone early. You know, this is just one of those unfortunate games where RBN got caught out alone. But I feel like they usually have at least, you know, 3 to 4 up moving into Circle 4, Circle 5. Their position isn't all that bad. It's just the team fights that they're getting in, they're just not able to close out. And they're kind of messy.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Pachao and Toyo are doing the Legacy game plan, but they're doing it a lot better right now. All right, so you know, Legacy has, at least internationally, has been trying to play things very, very quiet and very calm at the very early part of the game and try to survive till late game. It hadn't really worked out for them great, so maybe they're trying to go for something different this time around, but whatever they're trying this time around hadn't been working either. So again, only 4 games, but when you've got what 8 games left to play, and now in one of them you're down to 3 very early on, it's you want that step in the right direction, right? So you can feel like things are gonna start turning for you.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if they find it. They still have 3 members up, so the possibility is there, and they are on the eastern edge. They could potentially hold down a team like Mud, other teams rotating in. As we move to Orion, though, I mean, 2 points for 4 games is it's pretty bad.
It's not
this
great.
Is not really. This has not been so far the group stage that I'm sure they wanted, and some major adjustments need to be made. I think the biggest one is their rotations have really got them in a lot of trouble so far.
Yeah, it's there's definitely a lot of tape to watch on VOD review tonight to get ready for the next day for Orion. I'm not sure if they're playing tomorrow, if they're playing Sunday, but either way, they've got some work to do. We see Sonic's getting a little bit close to Elevate here. Each one of the boys just kind of dancing around on the hillside, a little poking, a little prodding, but for the most part, it looks like everybody should be okay.
I mean, this is also just shows how much confidence Sonics have right now coming into this game, being in first place. Even with Pachao knocking on the door, I mean, they're just spreading out on this hill, putting pressure on Elevate now, who they've realized, and you also, you know, can do that. You have Tiggleton and Huynh back in that compound, making sure that the north side isn't posing any threats, so these boys can actually stay in and on the hill and start to work.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things we've talked about in the past where specifically I think it was SDK just saying, or I guess TSM now, but saying that you gotta treat international lobbies differently than you do your regional lobby, and you've gotta realize that when you're in the regional lobby, yeah, you are probably better than most of the teams in here, and you can't play it, you know, you can't give them too much respect, right? You have to be able to go for the stuff that you know you can win, and Sonics is just the embodiment of that, right? Like when they're in a regional lobby, they know they're in a regional lobby, they know they're good, like they know that they're probably going to win any fight that they take. So, you know, once these other teams kind of get to that point as well, then everything's will be good. Creeping.
Just get to that point, Poro. Just
get to that point. Just get to the point where you're Sonics. Come on, guys. It's not that hard.
Easier said than done, as quite a lot of this circle is currently focused on the main island, but there's a decent little portion off to where I believe that's Wujitu actually sitting on Millie base.
Yeah, they're taking their time.
Bestia with an opportunity to camp the bridge, but they've actually just mainly decided to take control of that southern road that leads to the bridge. And I mean, this is a good position. It's a nice split. They still have DraftKing and Mime just looting up a bit. As we now move to Friendly Fire, who are moving up to, I believe it's dubbed, or paper call it Llama Hill.
Llama Hill. Okay.
It looks like a llama, I guess.
Sure. Why not? I don't know what llamas look like in Korea, but I guess we'll call it that.
I think they look the same everywhere.
I don't know. You know, you never know. Well, they did leave their cars behind to make that climb, so I'm not sure if
that's
Toyo...
actually Pachiki Hill. That's not even llama.
No, that's Pachiki.
Llama is just to the east of Kori. Mabi.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, now, hey, you learned all types of things here.
Yeah,
on these casts here, chat. As still gonna keep that bridge in the circle, so if Wuju 2 wants to decide to stay on the south side, they can. Don't know why they would, but they can. The option is there. They have the freedom to do so. Outlaws taking a few shots over towards Legacy as Legacy tried to make the wrap around them, but instead they'll just pull back off towards the east and go somewhere different, somewhere a little less filled with gunfire.
Yeah, and what I'm looking at right now on the map, even though we don't see it as we're kind of watching the Outlaws, is Orion. I mean, here's a rotation for them. What are they going to get off this? What can they do? I mean, they're driving very close to, looks like where Typhon is actually sitting in the best compound, really, which is dead center.
Yep.
A big warehouse compound.
I guess they're going for that early fields position. But right now, the problem for Chow is Toyo, as this is just two teams that we have been talking a lot about today. Godspeed. Chow and Toyo in a straight up 4v4. Now they are having we actually have Sonics and Falcons running into each other as well. And just like that, Falcons getting a little bit of revenge here against the Sonics as they find two opening knocks. Rello will get taken down by Windo, who comes in with the dirty flank. And Flood will trade him out as well. So just like that, Sonics now down to one. I believe Tiggleton the last one remaining, and he is off to the north. He is nowhere near this. So that should be points picked up for Falcons.
Yeah, finally a good fight there for the Falcons. You did see Pachow taking shots over towards Falcons and almost stunt their advance, but fortunately, they're going to get this position, and yeah, they're going to get the lion's share of the points there from the three members of the Sonics. So well done. Nice little turnaround, a good start. Elevate, though, as you said, now moving up. Realize that there's been a fight. And Company Man going to look for... Yeah, that's the problem. Company Man's going to be looking for a knock here, but he is definitely late to the situation, so has to be careful.
A little bit late, but he might end up being right on time, as Toyo has now pushed in behind Falcons as well. So while they may have been a little bit late to clean up on the Sonics fight, they may be just in time for this one, as Capitan will creep over the side, will spot out Falcons as they try to make the push. Nakers is going to go down to Pippa immediately. The rest of the boys already on the push. Flood hiding behind a car, as Snakers will get flushed down, and Elevate actually not going to get involved, so they're pulling back away. But oh, good grenade from Capitan. He read him. I guess he must have seen Flood try to get out of that vehicle. So Flood will go down, and that'll be another point picked up for Toyo. So just as things started looking like they were going to go good for Falcons, Toyo comes in and ruins everything.
Yeah, and this one is actually hard to fault the Falcons on. They came in,
No,
they had a great fight with the Sonics. They cleaned up. They were trying to just recover. It wasn't even that they were just kind of wasting time or biding their time, but just like that company, man, at Elevate will do the job, will finish the job started by Toyo. And again, that one's a feels bad for Falcons. I don't feel like they really misplayed that. They just got caught between two teams. I mean, sure, granted, I imagine they knew there at least had to be another team off in the position Elevate was in, but the backstab from Toyo, the timing was perfect.
Yeah, unfortunate timing there, but great timing for Toyo. Great work by Elevate to take advantage, as well as Tickleton will get spotted out. So Sonics is going to go out in 15th, and all of a sudden the lobby looking a lot lighter as we got Sonics and Falcons out. The rest of our team starting to make a rotation in. It's only 55 alive here. Erangel is, for a while there, it seemed like people would stay alive forever on Erangel, and recently, at least, this seems to be one of the more bloody maps we see early on.
Especially with some of the circles that we've been getting on Erangel, right? Yeah. I mean, this one with so much kind of out of play with Millie Base, and then you also have just such an open field dead center. I mean, it's going to cause a lot of teams to get pushed into each other, and yeah, that's been happening a lot on Erangel actually. Usually, we're used to like Miramar or even when we've had McKinney in the rotation or other maps kind of be the slower maps, Rondo, but no, Erangel is just. She's always good to us.
She always is, and it does not seem like it's going to slow down anytime soon as Ragers trying to push in just in front of Working in Silence, and Working in Silence aren't going to stand for that. They are immediately going to be taking shots, and actually, okay, that's Company Man going to get taken down by Toyo. So Toyo turning their attention over to Elevate now up on that field. Ragers do make it into the compound, so they should be safe here for a little bit, and that might put a pause here on Working in Silence, as that is not a very easy fight to take. It is just inside zone, but so yeah, Working in Silence may be forced to take this just to have somewhere to play.
And who is e-pick-upping right now?
I don't know. It looks like one was called by Toyo, but they decided not to take it.
Okay, I was gonna say what madman or mad team decided to try to e-pick him in this of all circles, but yeah, I think he may be right. Is now Toyo moving into the backside. Oh, Mortar's coming through. Toyo moving to the backside of Elevate, and then you have Sortito as well on the west side trying to make their approach into the circle, and these Mortars just finding no one. Just empty space.
Yeah. Blank spaces here. Oh, nice shot there from General Lee. We'll get the knock on a Technosh. Now, what do you do, Rages? You got the knock. Do you try to use that as an opening to make any more moves? Or, yeah, it looks like they're just going to loot around here. Babbler will go down. Shots from Typhon as Elevate trying to make the crash into the shack. Justice, well, he looks like he's been left for dead on the outside. They'll at least keep two alive. Working in Silence still just trying to find somebody slipping here. Technosh back on his feet and back up to healthy enough, as we're down to 53 alive. Let's see where Circle 3 decides to go. Circle 4, rather.
Yeah, already closing in halfway through this game. Circle 4 is gonna just go straight to the fields, and if you're Bestia now, you have to prepare. The same situation we saw in Taego, they're gonna have to prepare for multiple teams to start to try to crash their position, or at least start to approach their position, especially from the south. You also have, don't forget about Sortito just off to their west. Yeah, so the consolidation is going to come through, which it should.
Interested to see how Sortito decides to play this. It looks like they are going to send it up to the north here. So keep eyes on Ragers rather, and Working in Silence. And the field was completely empty, but now that we're committed, it looks like teams are starting to send it that way. Ragers, they don't want to stick around and then take forever with this fight, but they want to be able to disengage from it cleanly. Now, where are their vehicles currently located? Looks like Working in Silence. Yeah, they're just going to pull off of this right now, and they might be pulling right into Bestia. Is Bestia ready for it? Shots are starting to come through. Technosh will have to pull away. Sharp shot. We'll find it. Gets the first knock there as Fauna will try to trade some in return. Won't get the knock, though.
Oh, now Bestia with an opportunity to close this one out. That's a blue zone grenade as well. Oh, I thought it was a blue zone. That would have been... Oh, the blue zone just fell off. That would have pushed out the rest of Working in Silence and really caused issues. And so at least Technosh will go down. They've narrowed it down at another blue zone. And this is where the problems come. A nade comes through. So much damage has been done to Working in Silence. And Enzito is going to go down.
But this is Rangers that are actually getting the shots onto this. The Smoke's had time to bloom. Bestia, this is points that they could be getting right now, but Rangers now starting to push in. Fana's gotten back on his feet. Rangers, they want all of this. They want these points as quickly as they can get them. Legacy, meanwhile, holding off Wuju 2 as they try to make their push in. And Silence managed to get everybody back. Oh, and Zito gonna immediately go back down now as Solds retreat into the safety or relative safety of the shack.
Safe as a shack can be, right? In this position, Poro. As the rest of the Rangers now starting to make their push, and that was great timing on their part. Rangers now with an opportunity to take the fight to Bestia and maybe even clean up the rest of Working in Silence. Meanwhile, Legacy, it's just down to VHZ again, just struggling. Legacy can't get a foothold here, and he's not even get the finish. The P90 straight to the face.
Yeah, he had to make the send. Unfortunately, I think like Legacy was getting kind of double teamed here by Mutt and Wuju 2, and they try to make a push, and unfortunately for them, they end up paying the price. Rangers now, General Lee's going to go down to Cowboys. Wuju 2 now has an angle onto this as well. He's going to get flushed out. Is Working in Silence. They're just being a thorn in the side of everyone here, just surviving. Bestia, for their part, they're holding the line. They're not over-committing to cleaning up this fight, but they are there just in case anybody takes a peek that they shouldn't. Oh no, that grenade.
Yeah, but the problem now for Bestia is the circle. And even though Working in Silence and Rangers are currently embroiled in a fight, I mean, where exactly are Bestia planning to play if they don't start making moves and at least scouting out a position for themselves into the circle, because it's straight fields.
Yeah,
and the small edge that they have available to them is open to those fields.
And I say this in all seriousness, pretty much all the good spots in the field have been taken. I think that's for what it's worth here, as Bestia now starting to come alive. They're going to collapse on top of Rangers here. They've got one high, they got one low. DraftKing will spot out one. Hunter, the last one alive. He's going to find DraftKing, though. That's going to put a pause on this Bestia push. They got to get going before DraftKing gets flushed here.
I mean, this is the right decision, right? Get rid of this team as fast as possible, and the speed is what's important here. So they do manage to do that. They need to get draft up immediately. More important, they need to start finding a spot, or at least see what their next play. They might even push whoever's on that end. I think it's Widget to try to get as many points as possible before even attempting to make it in the circle, because this might be a salvage game for them. Unless they have a vehicle, I'm not even sure. But you're right, most of the positions that they want to be in are already taken in the circle. Oh, nice shots from Manuel.
Be Shinboy going down. He might be resable here. Pentapage and Michael still alive, but they're already kind of in the field. Shinboy was left behind as kind of the high ground lookout, as Yell will find Benya with that Molotov. And oh my goodness, Toyo tried to make a push down, but Chow was ready for it. Yell will go down, and one is going to go down. Santa now the last one alive, as Certito is kind of third-partying all of this. But Chow is going to get eliminated. Toyo might be able to get Benya back on his feet, and they've got 6 kills, 3 alive, and they're going to be the only ones here on this western side. As looking at Bestia, it looks like Certito now turning their attention back towards Bestia.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Bestia, with practically zero information coming into this because of how long they spent on that fight. At least they got the points, though. You know, for all intents and purposes, 5 points this game is not bad. They make it into the points. I think they get at least 1 point here, top 8. So it could have been worse.
There you go.
But this shift was brutal.
Yeah, this is tough stuff here. They're just going to stay alive a little bit longer as they eat a little bit of blue zone. And Friendly Fire do manage to at least pick up Shimbo. I'm not sure if they've got the res on him just yet, but they've kept 4 alive. As Page will get knocked. Okay, they did get the res on the Shimboy, but Page is going to get returned. As a Certito, they have to make a move now. They've been actually doing some work over here from this southwestern spot that they have. They've been causing problems for Toyo, for Pachao, and for Bestia. Silson now the last one alive, and he's going to try to see if he can maybe get a knock before he does go down to the blue. Nice sweep, Prince. Don't give that point away. And Bestia is out.
Given the shifts, given the circumstances, not a bad salvage there for them. And I think they knew that. I think that's why they stayed so long, to try to get rid of working in silence as well as Ragers. So not bad. Yeah, the rest of the teams on the field, though, Toyo might be a small dip for them to play, but it's not going to be great, especially with Elevate still in. And Typhon is just so happy with this. They got the shift. They have high ground. They can see a lot of these trenches. A lot of the teams trapped in the shacks, and so it's hard to imagine a world where they lose, even if they get shifted off. The amount of damage that they're putting onto these teams as Shinboy goes down. I mean, they're going to be walking to fields of just fractured teams, as long as they don't give too much away and they don't just give away knocks, especially to some of these solos, duos, whatever's left in the field. But Toyo will find a broken shack.
Yeah, it's not much, but it's theirs, and they are collecting points right now.
It's theirs.
It's Typhon is. I mean, they're controlling everything on that north side. Orion managing to find a little bit of a ridge line to work with. Elevate, they're just hurtling up right now. They're not kind of trying to defend themselves from this Orion push, and if Orion gets in position to send some utility over in that direction, they might be in trouble. Friendly Fire, meanwhile, in the worst case here, they are all alone on this northern side. Penta at least has a vehicle, but you can see the situation that Paige and Michael are in here. The deployable shield's gonna go down. They're gonna stay alive for a little bit longer, but yep, here comes the push from Orion, doing exactly what they should do. And Elevate will try to use that hard cover. Good shots from IQ will find Red Rider, and JX Live will go down as well. Points collected and in the bag now for Elevate, and it's down to nobody for Orion. They're done.
They are out of there. Just IQ, I believe. Yeah, just for Elevate. And so Friendly Fire trying to take advantage of this opportunity, but they can't. Typhon is just unloading onto this position. They're so close to also just getting a spot to play in right here, and it looks like they do have quite a... I don't know, but they have a lot of busted up and blown up vehicles to play for the time being. So the fact that they made it is, I mean, impressive. I mean, Michael made it. Paige, the only one with the vehicle who was Penta, is actually the one who didn't make, or he didn't survive.
Oh my gosh, IQ is just sending every bit of utility out there, hoping to hit something. He will spot Michael in the bush.
It's a good play, though.
It's a very good play for IQ. We'll pick up another point for Elevate, but unfortunately, the circle shifts away yet again. It's just looking like it's the writing has been on the wall for Typhon here, and they are going to take full advantage of that. They will send out Aranzera out into the field to try to spot out any snakes that may be hiding. I don't think he knows about Robert. Paige, though, still alive, waiting for IQ to peek. And look at that, you can see Karok off in the distance as well. So Typhon really wanting to make the most out of this fortune that they've been handed. They've got 9, oh, well, that's Toyo. They've got 5 kills so far. Might be able to pick up a few more here if they get lucky.
You have to imagine IQ knows about Paige, right? He got a knock on that last kill, so he knows that they're not all said and done. He's trying to jump spot. Oh, IQ with a beautiful peek, though. And Elevate, I mean, coming alive this game, salvaging what they can. 7 kills, even if he goes down now, that's fine. That's the best of a bad situation for Elevate. Well played.
Really, really, really well played there by IQ. It's just good vision as Typhon 6 kills now. Robert will get spotted out, but it's going to be by Capitan. So Toyo still adding more to their bag. It's just Capitan and Pippa, and they're I think they're just going to try to send it. Yeah.
Yep.
They want to deny. And Pippa, go for the res. He's going to go for the res. Oh no.
No. He's putting the deployable cover up so they can't flush.
Yeah,
ain't going for the
they couldn't flush. Okay, well,
you crazy man.
I know.
He's the one that put him down.
I thought he was going to go for. Was he the one that put him down? I didn't see the kill.
Yeah,
I thought he got shot
down.
from behind.
No,
oh,
he shot him right in the back.
Right in the butt. Just as you would imagine your team. So Typhon, they get the win, but they get some of their much needed points stolen away, Matrim.
Yeah, God of Storms and Typhon, but also just going to go ahead and ride out the storm in this game by letting everybody fight around them on the edge, ride the circles in, and pick up some good points for them. I mean, they've had a very strong showing so far today. I mean, they've been hanging around like the top of the middle of the pack, so this could be just like a moment for them to start finding some better footing to work around. I personally, though, I love the fact that you guys were given laurels, IQ, and the way he was playing around the shack for so long. He bought so many kills and placement points for his squad, Godspeed.
He really did. I mean, his peaks alone, even on that push coming out from, I believe it was Orion, I mean, he was just super clean, held it together, the last member, and he still managed to get, I think, at least 3 points for his squad. So very well done from IQ. It was impressive.
Typhon going to walk away with 16. Taego also going to get 16 just off of that 10 stack of kills they managed to pick up. Elevate going to go ahead. Third place with 11 points. That's going to be big for them. Sertito also going to pick up 8 points. Fuji 2 finding 7. So a lot of our squads that were kind of really needing to find some. And of course, Taego yet again finding some more points to work with. But I think the eyes are going to go over to the overall leaderboard as we still have one more Erangel after this one to kind of get an idea what the stack that we're going to be looking at going into this last game is going to be, as I know eyes are drawn over into Legacy. Team Falcons, Pachal finally not putting up the best of games, nor Sonics kind of opened up an opportunity for the rest of these squads, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't say enough about how these guys have been performing so far, but Taego, despite that big performance, still not able to catch up to Sonics, as they are 1 point behind. But if you're in that rarefied air with Sonics after a day like Taego and Pachal are, you got to feel pretty good about yourself. I mean, you're averaging over 10 points a game right now through 5 games. That's nuts.
Yeah, Sonics, Taego, Pachal putting up some crazy games. Typhon off that last one, going to be tied up with Bestia now. Working in Silence, going to be the next drop-off back behind them with Friendly Fire and Elevate. So getting some separation that's starting to brew up in this one. So eyes on these squads, Godspeed. Who do you think that as we're looking into this one really needs to make something happen in this last game? I mean, outside of the norms of, we'll just say, Falcons and Legacy, do you see something like Elevate finally having their come up, Friendly Fire, Working in Silence? Are they finally due?
I mean, they're having okay games. They're having salvage games, so you know, it's not the end of the world as long as they just continue to find some success, and even their bad games is fine. But yeah, absolutely, my eyes are drawn towards Legacy and Falcons. I mean, after the next game, that they're done with half of their games for the group stages. Yes, Poro was saying earlier they have the safety net of the last chance qualifier, but that's not where you want to be. I mean, that's not the start that you want to have. And so if they're not able to get it together, I mean, it seems like they might be headed there.
Especially with 2 squads with eyes on PGC, given the amount of points that they've benched.
Yes.
No, yeah. I mean, that's the name of the game, right? I mean, everybody wants to be able to go to the PGSs, but everybody, I mean, PGC is the prize, right? That's the one that everybody wants to go to. Yeah, it's been a bad day. It's been a bad day for both of those teams. We'll see if they can rebound here in the final game of the day and kind of get something good to kind of roll into tomorrow or Sunday. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work left to be done.
Well, one more Erangel to go. We're going to take a very short break of just a couple of minutes, and then we will be back with our last game to figure out what's going on with groups A and B. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll see you in just a minute.
We were creating controllable entities for the future of humanity.
Time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes.
We are back with PAS 4's last game of the day in Erangel. So, guys, one game left. Almost half the games will, technically half the games will be done when we get to that stage. And just because you saluted first, Poro, I gotta ask, who's gonna close out the day strong?
Toyo. I want to see Toyo get. I want to see Toyo get a win. They've got 3 second places today. Let's get a win. Let's get a dub for the boys.
Truth. Godspeed. What you got? Last game.
Feeling a little bestia, you know. I don't know. I feel like they've been doing a good job of clearing their edge. Even in that last game, their decision making, seeing that it was an open field, probably realizing, like Poro was saying, that most of the best positions were taken. You know what? Why don't we just clean this fight up and do what we can? And so all day they've been doing a good job of at least cleaning up their edge. But I feel like maybe it's time for them to take a little dub. If not a dub, at least a high kill top 5.
It's a squad that can do it, though, right? I mean, 5 million kills that squad is capable of. I'm going to be a little bit outside the box. I'm going to say working in silence. I love the way their macro movement's going through here. I would love to see them walk away with a victory.
All right. I see you playing to the crowd, playing to the man Technosh himself. But they have been playing good though. Godspeed. They've been playing pretty well. We'll see if they can pull something out here on this last Erangel game. Are we gonna get a wheels off circle? Can we get something fun? Can we get something wild? Although, like we were saying the last game, apparently Erangel is where everybody just goes to kill people now, all game long. There is no early game.
Yeah, I mean they've been playing pretty well. I'd say they've been playing well all day. Some I wouldn't even necessarily call flubs, right? They've had some hard fights. They've had some hard positions to move in, but I called it from game one that I've been very impressed with working in silence overall. So we'll see what they can do in this last one. As far as circles go, you were just talking about it. You want something, you said, a little off the walls, off the rails?
Yeah, why not? Or at least let's get a hot drop in Lippo. Why not? That's crazy. Okay.
Yeah, it's not the off the rails circle you're looking for.
I mean, it's could be fun. Probably not gonna be. Gonna be a normal stalwart circle, but could be fun. Let's go to Kamishki. Let's do it. Why not? Get weird. Where's Emmy going?
Let's get weird. I would love a Kamishki circle, actually.
I know. It's been so long. Let's see what this hot drop in Lippo is all about. Is Certito and Orion, 2 heavyweights in the lobby, going up against each other. It looks like Orion has 3 inside, and they've got 1 more that's coming in. Okay, that's RJX coming in from the north side, so might be able to provide some support. Oh, don't peek the dragon off. Robert's ready with it, and Red Rider goes down.
More issues here for Orion. Certino, a team that's actually had a very okay day, is the way I'd describe it, but, finding points where they can. Orion, on the mean hand, down to 3 already. Certito's, my question is, how are they going to approach this? Do they want to try to clean up this fight? Are they going to put themselves in a position to try to get out? Are they seeing that it's Orion, knowing it's a team that's struggling, and maybe they have the confidence to push? I'm not sure. But RJX starting to make his way in right next to Ferris.
Oh, Ferris has that We've seen that.
Oh, so good from Robert.
We've seen that
That was
Vector
so
be
sick.
absolutely destructive, and this time it's going to be the Bison in the hands of Robert. So Orion, trouble's getting worse here as they're just going to hide in corners, try to rat this one out maybe a little bit. See if they can cause Certito, catch him slipping. Meanwhile, while this is going on, I'm looking at Falcons. We were talking all about how Falcons were having troubles playing the edge. It looks like they're sending Snakers via E-pickup towards center circle. So they're on the move. They're trying to change things up here in the final game of the day. We'll see how it works out.
I should be able to see that Stallber's wide open. I'm sorry. I just really love the way that Robert held that angle to cover
Dirty.
Varys. That was so clean.
Oh no.
You know I love me trades.
Are we doing this? We're doing third parties on the hot drop, the Lippo hot drop. You get banned from scrims for that, would you too? Don't do it.
Yeah, but would you two need points? I like this.
No, they
I like this
absolutely
quite a
do.
bit. You see the opportunity. You see these two teams who are fighting, one of which has had a struggling day. Why not go for the points? Cowboys set up, and the rest of Wujitu is here. This is exactly what you want to do on the last game if you're a team that is in the chase for points.
Oh, Cowboy!
And
We'll
they're
get
gonna find the
last shot
knocks.
into Lowly. Nicely done. And now Virus, the last, I think it might be the last one up. Is it two of them? Oh, yeah, no, it's two, still two up for Certito. As Orion just kind of smiling to themselves. Get to survive a little bit longer here for Babbler and Hazel. But now Wushu 2, they are full committed. They are not just hiding out on the hills trying to third party stuff. They are pushing into Lippo. They want all of it. They want the smoke.
Yeah, as long as they don't overcommit and lose players, I will continue to think that this is a phenomenal play from them. But they can't get too ahead of themselves and make mistakes and start losing players, especially at this point in the game, right? Because if they can clean up these kills, get all of them, keep 4 alive, more importantly, do this with some degree of haste, I think it's wonderful for them.
Yeah, be quick about it. Babbler trying to make moves, though. He's not sitting around and waiting. He thought he could maybe catch somebody in the windows. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen for him. As we've got fights going on elsewhere, as well as Outlaw is going to take one off of Ragers as they made their way across the river on the north side of Razak. So that's one picked up for them. And now we got shotguns in hand. Wuju 2, they want all of it. Varys will find one. He's going to find 2. Can he get 3? No. Monster will get him, but that's going to ring the dinner bell for Orion as they try to make the push up.
This is exactly what I said. As long as they don't make mistakes and give away too much, but sure enough, 2 members down. This is a 2-on-2. This should have been a foregone conclusion for Wujitu, and now all of a sudden they're in risk of losing even more than just sneak attack.
And Babbler going to try to pick something up off of him. Monster has the shotty in hand, realizes he's probably a little bit safe here, or hoping he's a little bit safe to go for the res on the Cowboy. Seifu going to hold the line to make sure that nobody's pushing. We'll avoid that Molotov for the time being. The res will get to come off. And Orion trying to come in from 2 different angles, but Seifu will destroy Hazel. Monster now pushing through with the shotty in hand. The smoke's going to slow things down a bit, though, as Orion will survive a little bit longer.
So if they can clean this up, I mean, what, 5-6 kills for one of your players? It's worth it. But Babbler finds 1, finds 2.
Come on, one more.
No way.
One more with the shotty. No, what happened? Oh no.
I don't know.
Oh no.
That was so close to Orion salvaging what they could out of this game. But Wujitu, after a messy entry, or actually, I take that back. After a great entry, will make it a messy affair.
Gee,
but
I'm
at
not
least
sure
come
what
out of
happened
there
there.
with 3 members alive. Yeah.
Looked like his mouse came unplugged or something, but geez, that was close. Wushu 2, but man, we got to give credit to Wushu 2 now. 6 more points. Look at him jumping up the leaderboard off of that too. They're going to hop at least 1 spot, making them putting them even with Elevate. And they still got 3 alive to play this one out. And it's only 54 left in the lobby. And we haven't even hit 10 minutes yet, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, again, you take 6 kills for one of your players any day. I mean, that's a lot of points, especially as you said, so early in the match with 3 members alive. Circle 1 still very much in play. and they have a clean rotation to the southeast. So a good situation overall, but it got hairy, Poro. It got so hairy so fast. Babbler almost making it work for the rest of Orion, but they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and you know, VOD review, as you said, and try to fix a lot of the mistakes that they've made today.
Let's see what happens. Toyo, long range shots over at Sonics. That's mostly just letting them know that this space is occupied. Sonic's going to continue going up north around the beach. Rager's already there. And you can see Pachow. They heard the shots from Toyo as well, looking to see if they can maybe catch somebody not peeking. Capitan looking over in that direction as well. Legacy, they could definitely stand a good performance here, and they have a lot of room to work with. Maybe they can get a little bit of circle love this time. If this thing does cut back to the south and to the east, they might get their wish.
Let's see, the Sonics now made their way behind Rage, who are all actually already trapped in that gas station area. And Elevate actually cornering them on the other side as well. So Rager's going to be in a lot of trouble if this one shifts away from them, because rotating out, you'd imagine Sonics and Elevate probably going to leave, but Elevate already have a foothold onto Stalber Hill, at least on the north side, so they could stay and hold out Ragers if they so choose. And it looks like Sonic's actually setting up for this kickstart, taking a more of an advanced position here, realizing that there's another team shooting at them far from the east, and so an opportunity to sandwich here. They might pinch, or they might just pull off as well.
Yeah, Rangers just got to stay alive for right now and keep the tires alive if you can. That would be ideal.
Yeah, the tires need very good point.
See Typhon coming in from the south. Oh, hey, let's go. We get an actual Stalber circle. Love to see that. Typhon trying to make their way in from the south. They're going to run into the south side of the Bestia split, but it looks like Bestia already on the move, so Typhon, no harm, no foul there. Wuju 2 also just hugging the coastline as they make their way up into Stalber. Legacy will reposition just a little bit here. Falcons in the Falcons nest at the top of Stalber for the time being. Let's see if they can get the other two to get there in time as well, but Legacy is arriving just at the same time.
Legacy with an opportunity maybe to pick off the other two members of the Falcons, but no, they're going to make it right through. Rangers, meanwhile, trying to rotate through that hell between the Sonics and Elevate, and they're getting chased down. Shrimsy will find little Lele, and it's coming. It's shambles right now for Rangers as they just keep on moving.
Well, they've at least got two alive, so they've got that going for them here as Sonic's going to continue pushing into the middle of this Elevate 2-2 split. Justice and IQ got to get to work here. The grenades will be sent down in that direction. Tig stop down to heal up. It looks like H-Win will continue the rotation. So Sonics don't really want to stick around for this fight. Legacy, meanwhile, they're going to catch the back end of Mutt. They've got a good spot, but fortunately for Falcons, they were able to avoid Legacy as they pushed in, and they got all four members up onto the top of Stalber Mountain. They've got everybody still alive, but they're about to have some company in Bestia.
Yeah, Bestia coming through, taking center circle here, right next to the Falcons, as you stated. A position here to hold. The problem for Bestia is, as good as this position is, we see Majestics take one straight to the mouth, is that if any fight that they take, even if they get knocks and it's working out for them, Falcons is going to hear that and they're going to come right over. But again, Sonic's taking the fight. Majestic's going to find Shrimsy, but the trade with the nade actually.
It is an all-out King of the Hill battle right now as Typhon backfilled on a Bestia. Typhon's still sending it here. Sonics and Ragers just going back and forth here. Sonics will get back up to full strength. It's down to just General Lee. He's got no more offensive utility after that grenade. We'll find the reknock onto Shrimsy, but the smoke wall will keep everybody alive. And there you go, H-Win defending his fallen teammates. Sonics take care of that one, and they will be able to get everybody up. Or will they? Elevate starting to push in.
Yeah, Elevate was behind them. Oh, Silzen going down to Mutt. May want to retract my prediction here. 2 members down for Bestia, unfortunately. And they're going to try to recover at least one. But, I mean, this was the problem. Like I said, if it wasn't going to be Falcons, it was going to be Legacy or MUT.
Yeah, Bestia kind of trying to go for the center of the circle, going for the high ground, but unfortunately, a lot of other teams had the same idea, and they were in better spots a little bit earlier. Dirty shots from Fakes in, as he'll find company man. We'll try to get the flush as well. Justice will trade him back though. Gets him down to about 5 HP. Empt will try to send his grenade over and finish him off, but no, BL gets shot into Justice. Justice going to continue pushing in, try to see if he can get it, but no, Fakes in will finish him off, and that's going to be it for Elevate. Good hold from Pachau.
I just want to talk about how clean this was. Pachau backfilled this position. Remember, Elevate was actually originally split here when they were shooting at Ragers in that gas station. As the moment that they went up to try to contest the Sonics after Ragers left, Pachau came right in, backfilled it, and then when Elevate tried to come back down because their option to go against the Sonics failed, Pachau was already filled, ready for that. That was, dude, that rotation, the decision making there from Pachau is really impressive. And all day, Pachau have been on it when it comes to their decision making, when it comes to the early games of all of these games. So just great stuff from that team.
Clinical stuff
The
so far from
consistency
Pachau, yeah.
Wonderful.
Absolutely, and Toyo now going to be the next hurdle for Pachau. You have to imagine. You can see the big split that they have on that western side. Meanwhile, the east is just everybody fighting for Stahlberg, but Falcons have all four alive at the top. Mime will stay alive for Bestia. He'll keep things going here. Typhon, take a few shots over towards Falcons, force him to pull back down, but we are down to just 43 alive here as Circle 4 is about to pop. Actually, no, Phase 3 hasn't even started closing it, or it's got 2 minutes before.
Well, it's gonna be Circle 4. It's gonna be
well, the point is 43 alive. There's a lot of space. There's a lot of room for these guys to play around, you would think, but there you go.
Awesome.
Mime's gonna get spotted.
Like I said right before we got in this game, I felt like Bestia was going to struggle. They weren't going to have the best game.
Yeah, exactly. That is what I remember. Don't check the replay.
Don't check. But you know, overall, 5th place, 44 points on the day is good. It's a good day. They can build off that. They can go back, look at the mistakes that they made, look at the things that they did right, and you know, continue to punch their way. They're already in the top 8 right now. Yes, we haven't seen Group C, but I think Bestia played overall today. I would categorize it as pretty good.
Yeah, 44 points in 6 games is you're happy with that. You take that.
Yeah.
Especially in a lobby that you're not incredibly familiar with. So we'll see what they can put together in their next day here. Typhon, meanwhile, they got some climbing to do, or they are in a position to do some climbing, maybe to catch up to the rest of the pack. We haven't really been talking about them a whole lot, but they're sitting in 4th now as they've overtaken Bestia. We'll see if they can collect some more here. Friendly Fire, they could climb as well, as they have the south side kind of on lock. They've got Outlaws just to their south, but a lot of real estate available so far right now in this circle, considering how many people have gone down.
Yeah, and Outlaws, this kind of 2-2 split, actually mirroring a complete juxtaposition there of Friendly Fire, right? Just off to the south side. And so it is going to be Gibble that falls first. And he's actually going to go down to Gizera, and Gizera's going to take that point as quick as possible.
Oh,
Friendly Fire now, and Page have to move. Yeah, that was a crazy shift up north, which, again, if you're on the south edge of the circle, if you're Toyo, you're going to have to consolidate. I don't think they can hold that split. Mutt as well is going to start pushing in. Working in silence is going to be okay, though, Poro. For now. I will say for now.
There are 3 teams that are uphill from them that have to go somewhere, so we'll see what they decide to do. Legacy, meanwhile, still flexing out, trying to see what their path to the zone will be, but also keeping eyes on Friendly Fire and Outlaws, as Page will find Gump. Be the initial knock. Curry is really low as well, so Outlaws may be in some trouble here. Toyo actually going to get an angle on a Page. Unfortunately, Page is able to have the happy feet, get back to where he needs to heal. Legacy still creeping over in this direction. I think Legacy, once they saw that hard shift, they might have had that Bestia mindset from last game, where it's like, okay, let's go collect some points here before we try to move into a disadvantageous position. Curry gonna get re-knocked, and there you go, Page. Michael not wasting any time will peek over the top with that P90 in hand.
And time is the most important thing that you just mentioned. They needed to get rid of the Outlaws as quickly as possible, because Legacy is just moving right up on top of them with an opportunity here. Gizera's going to find Paige. You want to talk about ringing the dinner bell. All the pressure now is on to Friendly Fire. Michael, even though he has a P90, still has to move up this hill, and the advantage is all on Legacy.
Yeah, this is going to be real rough for Friendly Fire. Legacy has them completely surrounded, really boxed in. You can see Penta and Michael trying to escape by heading a little bit further off to the west, and now Legacy actually has to turn their attention uphill where Mutt has an angle on them, so they can't just focus their full attention onto Friendly Fire, and they're going to pull away from this, so Friendly Fire might actually live to fight another day here.
Oh, and off-screen Typhon just deletes Wujatu.
Gabri?
I mean, just gone.
P9 is a great gun. Completely balanced.
That literally happened in like a second.
Jeez, okay. All right. Well, Gabri collecting a few scouts for his bag here as Michael tries to come over, but VHZ is ready for it. He'll find that, and his Blue Zone backpack is dying. So he'll have to get on the move once again, but Pentalol still back there. Could find him before they're able, the rest of the team are able to, yeah, because you can see the rest of the team still looking over towards Mutt. Now, Typhon, after that big flush, will take their fight over towards Falcons. Penta will get the knock on the VHZ, so Friendly Fire will pick up at least one more point for themselves here before Penta inevitably goes down to the blue.
Yeah, so at least 5 points here for Friendly Fire. A potential, I was going to say a potential 6, but I don't think any of the other teams are going to fall here as Typhon, we didn't even get to see it, a disgusting display of dominance, now have to deal with the Falcons, who really have been uncontested on the hill. But Gabriel again, Falcons are struggling down to just 2. Relo and Snakers once again have to go up against a 2v4.
Just not, the fights just aren't going their way right now. Snakers though will trade one back onto 31-15. Relo still alive as well. As we see, looks like Working in Silence is starting to look over in this direction to see if they can maybe take advantage of this as well. 31-15, maybe he'll get him back on his feet. Arnzero right there to try to go for it. And Gabri's going to be the one that does it. I don't know if you want the guy with the P90 to be the one going for the res here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point, but I mean, they have bot time. Snakers now steps over, realizes there's 2, but the P90 comes into play anyways. And just like that, the Falcons, starting off in a great position, can't even make it off Stalber Hill. Thwarted by that P90 and Typhon. It's a second team just dominated by Typhon.
Just the no good, very bad day for Falcons. At least it's over, and you can shake this one off, brush it off, move on to the next one. Get ready for tomorrow. Get ready for Sunday. I'm not sure what day they play, but Mutt will go down as well. So we are down to our top 5. As we see again, just a number of full strength teams here. I think everybody's got all 4 up. So Sonics is wrapping around to the north of Typhon right now. They've left Shrimsy behind, but you can see, this is Stalber, right? This is the problem with trying to push on anything. You can be right on top of somebody and not even know it until you're there. And right there, Arnzero will get 2 immediately off of Sonics. Shrimsy nowhere near to support. Kickstart will try to send a few grenades back and hope for the best, but Typhon, they know exactly the situation they're in. Gabriel will knock his own player, unfortunately. That might be a good grenade from Kickstart. And he's going to salvage things here after what was initially a terrible push there from Sonics.
And it looked like Typhon was looking to just set the lobby on fire, taking first place, but that knock slowed them down, and then the absolute beauty of that grenade from Kickstart. Man, what an unfortunate way to go down for Typhon, but the amount of points they were able to garner this game, they're happy with that regardless.
Oh yeah, look at that. 11 kills overall, sitting at 58 points right now in 4th place. Let's see if Sonics can turn back their attention towards Pachow. Pachow's looking over here. It looks like Working Silence is going to start to see if Toya wants it, but that's a tough push, man. That's an uphill push into a compound. Nobody wants to have to do that. So Taego will pull back down a little bit. And again, we're only in phase 6. So there's a ton of room and a ton of space to work around here.
There's a ton of space, but I feel like there is a lot of openness to it, right? Especially on that east side, which is why you see Working in Silence so hesitant to push forward. But they do have a few ridges, at least, maybe a hillside to start to use. The problem is they're very focused on Sonics and Pachao right now. They want to make sure that if there are any points to grab here, they can. Meanwhile, Taego is just... You want to talk about space, they've pretty much taken control of most of it.
They got a lot. They have a lot. Working in Silence will leave their compound. They'll start pushing a little bit farther towards the north. So they'll just hold it down on the east. Okay, they're not going to go overextend. They're not going to get into Pachao territory just yet. Sonics, meanwhile, still have Shrimsy alive. He's got hard cover. He's in a sniper tower, so Pachao doesn't really want to make the push onto that until they absolutely have to. They've got a lot of room to work with on the north side, and pretty much everybody in about the best position they could hope for. So they're content with probably just waiting to see if anybody peeks, anybody encroaches upon their sight lines, and if they do, they'll try to get the knock.
Taego do have to have some degree of caution here, though, because with Capitan down in that kind of bowl, if he's found out, the other 3 members, especially even if this shifts south, I mean, there's still going to have to be some degree of movability for these boys. Have to make sure that they're not overcommitting here, and Capitan's just going to find a nice knock on the Souls.
Souls might not even be able to, or be resable here, as I think Emmy had a little bit of an angle there as well. And there you go, Capitan will spot him out, and that's going to be Souls down. So Working in Silence now down to 3. Shrimsy has left his sniper tower, and he's starting to work up here. He might catch these guys slipping, and Zito is going to be the closest one here, and I think he may have heard footsteps. Let's send a couple of smoke grenades to slow the progress of whatever might be coming his way. Oh, Shrimsy's going to spot out ahead there. No shots just yet, though.
Yeah, he knows he really only has one opportunity to strike, and once he does, the rest of the team will come full weight down on him. And look at Pachao. I mean, they're, again, just taking their time. They're not leaving anything up to chance. They really haven't even had the opportunity to go from any third-party situations, as Shrimsy's going to be found by Beal. But again, taking their time. There haven't been fights in front of them where they had a clear advantage to go push. And so slow and methodical, you know, even making it to this point, backfilling, elevate, rotating slow, but still staying somewhat proactive. Pachao on the day, regardless of what happens in this game 6, should go into their next day with a high amount of confidence. They played today very textbook.
Absolutely. Looking fantastic so far. Let's see if they can close it out with a win. Or should I say another win? And right now, Taego still 4 up, Pachao 4 up, and Working in Silence. They kind of feel like they're in the worst spot here. Although they do have the high ground, they don't really have a lot of cover to play with. Pachao creeping over in that direction, and Taego honestly kind of helping Working in Silence here by focusing a lot of attention down onto the western duo of Pachao. And it looks like Biel Calmo and Fakeson have moved back downhill, back off to the north, and left Working in Silence to hold on to their little zone by themselves. So we'll again slow things down, wait for the next zone to come in, and Capitan's starting to creep over here though. Maybe just going for this crate. And oh no, that's not what you want to see in the late game. Oh,
even just the ability to just put someone down with a chest shot is so vital in these endgame situations. And Capitan now spots the bottom half duo, I should say. Oh, he wants to take the shot so bad. He's waiting for the perfect one.
And he missed it.
Missed through the window. It's okay. It's silence.
Yeah, they're looking over here now.
Actually, that would look good for a second. Yeah.
You can be as quiet as you want.
Silence, they didn't hear it.
They are staring that man down, and and Zito gonna get spotted out by Fakeson, so I think he was taking a few shots at Capitan, may have given his position away. And so Pachao able to take advantage of that. But it looks like Working in Silence going to go for that res, and they should be able to get it. Fakes in, will send the grenade, but that's uphill.
That's an ambitious,
hard one to hit.
ambitious grenade. Fakes in. I mean, the way that this duo has also been playing this split, fighting two different teams, and not only fighting two different teams, but finding success.
Wait, Toyo?
Is been so strong, but as you said, Toyo coming down, and Santastico going to find the knock on Abenya. And now Toyo with a degree of haste here, needing to push quickly because Working in Silence is going to come third party this. You have to imagine that's going to happen quite quickly.
Toyo tries to send
so
it and
quick.
they pay it off with the vehicle explosion and grenade. They clean up all of Pachao. Just like that, we are down to a 3v3 for the win. It's Toyo versus Working in Silence. It's Matrim versus Toro. And Zito is going to get spotted out. Pippa will take him down. He'll flush him out. 10 kills now for Toyo as they have hit 70 points on the day.
And the problem with that was that you can see Working in Silence wanted to third party. They wanted to get involved. But the speed at which Toyo was able to dispatch of Pachao left them no room. In fact, they even lost a member thinking that they could get down in time to make a difference.
And they're trying to go for the seat swap
and it's
again.
Just dominance from Toyo right now.
Just like Capitan will find one, he'll find two, and Toyo gets the win. 12 kills for their first win of the day. It's not just second places anymore, but 76 points, Godspeed, in 6 games. What a performance from Toyo.
That is an unreal amount of points to get in one day of 6 games. It's got to be one of the highest we've had. That was so damn good. Toyo, my goodness.
An absolute
What
thing
is
of
there
beauty
even to be said?
I don't know. Matrim, what else is there to be said? Let us know how it feels to be the first loser on your prediction.
Oh, no, I was the first loser. That'd be Godspeed. Thank you very much. Mine
What are you
made it
talking
second.
about? I was Toyo all the way, man.
All the way through it. But okay, I will say this though. Dude, whenever Toyo decides to do a thing, it gets done. There is no doubt in whenever they decide to do something. They just execute so fast. That was such a ridiculously bold play to make there at the end of this. And to execute it so cleanly, you saw, like you guys were talking about it, Working in Silence thought, okay, this is our time to third party, this is our opportunity, and it was gone before they even got a chance to take any pot shots into that fight.
Yeah, I think the reason that Toyo had the confidence to make that play is because they realized Pachao was split, right? I think they had a knock or they got some damage off onto Pachao, and so they're like, you know what? There's a duo here. Screw it. Let's just take the send. At the very least, we'll get trades out of it. But no, they just dismantled Pachao. And then, yeah, Working in Silence, you can't fault them for that. They thought, okay, this is our opportunity, but it happened so fast that they were already halfway down the mountain and in a bad position. So, damn, that was good by Toyo.
Toyo, 22 points. Typhon picking up 14. Working in Silence going to pick up 10. Pachao going to continue a rampage, picking up 8, as well as Sonics. Friendly Fire going to be back behind that. Wuju 2 finding 6 points. And Ultimo going to go ahead and find 4. And the drop off over to the right side of the leaderboard. This has been a very Latin American day today, as we have had very strong performances coming up from Toyo, Pachao, Typhon, Bestia. I mean, Bestia's kind of half and half depending on how you look at it. So Sonics kind of just being sandwiched in the thick of a ton of Latin America right now.
Yeah, no, it's been a fantastic day for some of these teams. And again, these are teams that we were expecting good things from following the Esports World Cup qualifier performances, and they've delivered. They've delivered it in a big way today. And obviously, Sonics being at the top of that list after winning Esports World Cup altogether, they got friends up there now. It's not just them running away with the lobby. They've got some competition for that top spot here in groups.
I'm just astounded. Imagine being Sonics, essentially having a victory and 18 kills and still not in first place just due to Toyo and just kind of the amok that they ran on everybody. Toyo was so insanely consistent. 4th, 2nd, 7th place, and then gonna go ahead and walk away with just strong finishes across the board, and 2nd place with 10 kills and then a 1st place with 12 kills. that is probably one of the most consistent days I think I have ever seen Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, but Sonics were right behind them. If they didn't have, a couple low point games in the first two, I think the first two Miramars weren't really great for them. They'd probably be right up with them. But more impressively is this lobby, man. Pichao, Toyo, obviously Sonics super consistent. Typhon as well. After they got a big kill win there, they were able to make that push forward. And so even have Bestia, who had an okay day. But yeah, our top four just cruising today. It's really starting to push those point totals. And we haven't even seen Group C yet. So still have a lot of group stages left.
And we talk about point sponges a lot, like we've talked about, like whenever one team has a big blow up and they just eat up a whole bunch of points. Well, right now we just have like a neck and neck race that's going on between several of these squads, and it's led to a very dramatic drop off in which teams like ones that we talk about on a regular basis, like Legacy and Falcons, who we know can scrap and at least do some damage control in a bad game to find a couple of kills. They can't find anything, Poro. Like the right side of the leaderboard just is feeling so much pain right now.
Yeah, it's rough out there, man. I mean, it's going to be really difficult for these guys to kind of catch up here in the second day. So, hopefully they're able to shake off whatever was ailing them here in the first day and pick it up in the second day.
Well, we have ourselves a friend that's going to join us here for a quick interview, and that is going to be the man himself, Tiggleton, as I know that there's going to be a lot of interest going on with what's going to be happening in the squad. I mean, you're so disappointed. I mean, who would have thought on the first day of group stage that we'd end up with a Sonics player? What's up, Tiggleton?
I gotta get centered up here.
What's up, guys?
I know, he ate up your camera sprays, bro. Now he's forcing me to shake. I guess I have to as well.
No, give him the big circle. He needs it.
Get that mustache off the screen.
You get that hair.
Right? Thank you. I was saying that all day. Captain Jack Poro over here, relax.
Tig, you guys have been having a great day. I mean, we saw a massive kill count game come up with a victory as well. 18 kills. Great performance on that one. But a big topic of the conversation today that we've been having is just the performances of Latin American, most notably whenever we look at Pichao and Toyo. I mean, whenever you guys have been playing up against Toyo, were you expecting them to be able to come out swinging like they have today? Because as we were just talking about, they've got a 4th place, a 2nd place, a 2nd place, a 7th. Then they got 2nd with 10 kills and 1st with 12 kills. That is an insane performance. Do we maybe have a new Sonics rival?
We'll have to see. Obviously, that team has insane chemistry. I think a couple of the players there have been playing together for a couple of years. So glad to see them play well. I like all of them. Good competition. I just keep thinking of the tire brand. Hopefully they don't wear out. And, it's the same performance in finals.
All right, Poro, I got to give you a chance to defend your mustache. Go, man.
I'm not taking fashion advice from this guy. But look, hey, I got a more meta question. So obviously Esports World Cup was huge for you guys. Big win. What do you guys do to, like, say between each other and with Gunner? How do you we've seen so many times teams will win events and then have just like a big fall off the next event because that kind of pressure isn't really there anymore. You kind of got that relief from getting the big win. What do you guys do to kind of make sure that you keep that motivation to get the win after you've gotten what was a huge win at EWC?
That's a great question. I'm not sure what it is about us. We just kind of have that grind mentality. Like, it doesn't matter if it's scrims, we still get annoyed if we play bad. And I'm not sure why that is. Complacency definitely is it's a big issue for a lot of players that have retired in the past. Like, I guess a lot of the guys from NPL, for example, could have had careers as long as ours, but it's hard to stay at the top for sure. It just takes this extra will.
What are you trying to say?
Yeah, no, Godspeed. Your question next. Do you have anything that you would like to say to follow up with that?
Poro actually kind of stole my question, so kind of hate you for that. I actually am curious.
Correct.
What do you think about Falcons and Legacy? I mean, they really had poor days today.
This lobby is very interesting. I thought that there could be some random results. Like in the first game, we drove into Los Leones and we were kind of like, wait, we're not used to this. There's a team in front of us that is never usually there. It's completely chaotic. There's a mix-up. So I think that hopefully they can adapt for day 2 and qualify through groups. Obviously, they always have last chance qualifier, but the way these games play out, it's difficult because you have to be able to just scrap things up sometimes out of nothing.
Well, you were kind of talking about like the scrap up something out of nothing. Is it just because we've just been seeing so much more aggression in earlier stages? Like Poro was talking about, we used to joke that Erangel was always so slow, but in the past couple of months, it feels like even Erangel in like pre-circle 3, you can have like almost 5 to 10 people already dying, getting a lot more aggressive. And specifically in Americas, is that like making it harder to navigate positions moving into the middle stages?
Yeah, I mean, my experience playing today was there was just people everywhere, like in random spots as well, like spots that don't really exist, to be honest. I'd kind of pull up and I'd be like, oh my god, there's a guy here. And then I would get jump scared, for example. Like, just lots of people just trying to flex out, get their kills, you know, knock people out of cars. So it's crazy. Sure.
Knocking people out of cars. I've never heard that one happen in American conversation before, ever. All right, so Tig, the floor is now yours. Feel free to give a shout out to whomever, your fans, your stream, whatever you would like.
Obviously, mum, dad, they're watching from home. Love you guys so much. I didn't get to shout them out at EWC, but they definitely deserve it. They watch all my games. So thank you so much, mum and dad. And shout out #1 hater in the Twitch chat, Ajiri.
Love that one. All right, thank you so much, Tig. We appreciate you, and good luck moving through the rest of the group stage. You guys are already vibing really well. Can't wait to see what you do. Maybe we'll get some VSSs. Maybe we'll see some fun happen in that one, depending on how we see the climb go. But thank you so much for coming by and hanging out with us. All right.
Of course,
so,
thank you.
Poro, Godspeed. We're getting to the tail end of the first day of group stage. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to you first, Poro. Thoughts moving into day number 2, or just whatever you took away from today other than just Latin America just going crazy?
I mean, I think the thoughts have got to be the thoughts that are at the top of everybody's mind, right? Like, you did really, really well on day 1. Can you turn that into 2 days, right? Your job's not done yet. This is group stages, right? Even if you make the grand final, you know, you sit around, you watch the LCQ next weekend, you get ready for grand final. So how do you keep that momentum going from day to day? So I'm really interested to see how these guys turn one good day into 2.
Godspeed. How do you do it? What happens on day number 2? What's your closing out thoughts?
First of all, if you're Toyo or, you know, Sonics, obviously Pachao, just keep doing what you're doing. And for the other teams, yeah, there have to be some major adjustments. I mean, if I'm looking at teams on the bottom, like Orion, I mean, rotations need to be fixed as well. But it's hard. It's hard in this lobby because, as you heard Tig say, it's a lot of unpredictability, a lot of randomness. There's people where you normally aren't used to people being. These lobbies, I mean, these mixed lobbies oftentimes can be harder than like a grand finals lobby in internationals, just because there's so much unknowns and so many plays that you normally wouldn't think a team can make will make. So it's going to be hard to adjust, but I'm curious to see how some of the teams who are struggling are going to adjust and go into tomorrow and hopefully not find themselves in the last chance.
Well, we've still got 2 more days of action for this weekend, so we want to thank everybody for tuning in. Actually, I want to thank Poro and Godspeed for joining me on the cast, but every single team that has participated up until this stage and everybody that's going to be coming in tomorrow, we still have Group C. We're going to be making an addition, as well as a couple of casters to come join us as well. But thank you so much for everybody tuning in. We wouldn't be able to do this without you, so we appreciate you and love you so much. Hopefully we will see you tomorrow as the action continues, and I cannot wait. See you then.
Every time I close my eyes,